Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation, and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 381.
That many?
Yeah, that many. How
Wow,
we all
time
doing
flies.
today? It does.
Is that a new record for number of shows?
It is for us.
believe so.
It always is.
Breaking new records every week.
Every week. That's us.
Winning.
Okay. Let's see. In the panel today, let's see. We start off with Bob Emery.
Well, howdy. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation.
And Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
And yours truly, Henry Gernhard.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today there's a fan over there that's blowing my hair around, so just kind of ignore it.
I like the look.
Okay. And next over is Ron Delvaux.
Hi, it's Ron Delvaux from Fountain Hills, Arizona, where it's probably going to be 108 again today.
Yeah,
They're breaking records.
You
Yeah.
can keep it.
It's better
Yeah,
than
but
flooding like on the East Coast.
No, but we can still swim.
In their
Let's
own
see.
sweat.
No, in the warm pool outside.
Oh.
It's 80 some degrees, 89.
Now you're just rubbing it in.
No, it's just true.
No, he actually needs a pool chiller to make his pool usable.
Oh, and CoCo alert. My computer tells me right now that the space station is over the ocean approaching South America, just in case you wanted to know.
Okay.
ISS.
Mhm.
All right. Next over, we got Marco
Hey, glad to be here today.
and L Curtis Boyle
Welcome to the show, everyone.
and Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
And on the bottom row, we got Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
And last but not least, Nick Marentes.
I'm innocent. I had nothing to do with this show.
Or the
Okay.
bugs.
I'm just a
Good day,
victim.
everyone. Bugs, what's that?
See, in the chat, we've got Kevin Holloway, Julian Brown, Jim Rye, Michael Zwiffel, One Bit Fever Dreams, Mark Siegel, Scott Cooper, Tom Eric Anderson, Brian Walsh, and that catches us up. All right, first up today, we have project updates. So, Brian, you had some stuff to show us today.
Oh, one thing in particular. So it's something special I wanted to show you guys, but we'll let you guys guess what it is. So let me switch video here.
Is it CoCo related?
Well, with that green screen, I would imagine so.
So here we go. I'm going to do this.
I recognize that screen.
There you go. What do you guys think this is? And Curtis can't mention it because he.
Oh no! Is that a C
4K.
board? Is that a C board?
4K CoCo 1.
That's probably pretty close.
Yep.
That's what my
Probably
4K
pretty close.
CoCo 1 with a D board looks like.
Actually, both that responses are kind of close.
Right.
It could be a 16K still, couldn't it?
No.
Yeah, 60. It could be a 16K, early 16K.
I'm gonna go with it's probably more of the it's probably more like the 4K. I can give you guys one clue that will probably maybe give it away for some of you.
Is this
If
the
you're
bare
at-
bones one you had?
If you're at CoCo Fest, you saw this.
Yeah. Okay. That's what
Is
it
that from
is.
is that from
David
the deluxe?
Ladd.
No,
It's the
this
one
is
that
not
didn't
David.
have a case.
It's the one that didn't have a case. But what was special about that one that didn't have a case?
That's not
It
from
was
the deluxe. is it?
pre-production.
That was the pre. This is the pre-production one. Yep, Rondo vote
Yep.
for the win.
All right, what do I get? Send it to me. You want my address?
So,
Hello. Hello.
We'll send you an
anybody
ice
there?
cube. I don't know if it'll make it though.
right. So,
Oh, I'm
So-
sure some of it'll get there.
so
You can put that in a
as you guys
spool.
know the story there with Robert Killigus, and he had this in his collection of stuff that I picked up, and in there was this pre-production board, and he used this this system along with the one that was probably before that, which actually was a CoCo that was in sections because they didn't have a final design. But it's very likely that this pre-production system he used with that exotherm that you saw on my display there, where he used it with a cable, and it didn't have a case. The keyboard was actually soldered directly to it. And he would have used this during his development of possibly like Skiing and Quasar Commander and that group of programs that he put together for Radio Shack prior to the release of the CoCo.
Those weren't 4K machine programs, were they?
They were all programmed for 4K. Is that, if I remember right, is that correct, Curtis?
Yeah, some of them had optional better graphics and stuff because they could double buffer with 16K, but they would all run in 4K. Obviously,
Wow.
they're in ROM, so they have more than 4K. They have their own.
That's
8K.
pretty amazing, isn't it?
So since I received it almost a year ago, the one thing I've never done is power it on. I wanted to check it out first. I wanted to be able to bring it to CoCo Fest to share with all of you. And so actually last weekend, this wasn't a live power on that you guys saw. Last weekend, I pulled my voltmeter out and I started doing some continuity checks and some voltage checks on the transformer before plugging it actually, or I disconnected it from the CoCo and just checked the transformer to make sure I was getting the right voltages. Did some continuity checks to make sure I didn't see any shorts across capacitors, from like the rails to ground, that sort of thing. And I went ahead and hooked it up and just crossed my fingers. When I first turned it on, I did get a bunch of garbage. Didn't even see the green screen. Hit the reset button a few times, and I started to get some orange, and then I eventually got a couple asterisk symbols. So then I turned it off, waited a moment, turned it back on, and I had a better screen, hit the reset button, and boom, there it was. And my guess is, and some of you hardware guys can chime in, it's very likely that this thing has not been powered on for 40 plus years. And
Right.
I'm thinking the capacitors themselves had to get a little charge with them. I don't know.
Yes, your electrolytic capacitors have to reform if they haven't been used for a long time. And
I wonder if the RAM also needed to do something similar.
Yeah,
It
to
could
fit
be.
those
But I
sticky
do-
electrons loose.
I do know electrolytic capacitors just kind of lose their stuff if you haven't used them for a while, and you have to run them a while, and they will overheat for a minute, and then they'll become a capacitor again.
So after doing that, and but since doing that now, it has been 100% solid. Now, let me go ahead and switch cameras here for you guys.
Now
camera
that says Color Basic 1.0. Was there a 1.1 and 1.2? Is that correct?
Yeah, and a 1.3, yes.
Yeah,
and
there was some
1.3.
Yeah, I think he even went up to 5, Curtis. I think
No, 1.4 and 1.5 are hacks. The only official ones are 1.0 through 1.3.
Okay, I'm trying to remember the discs that I have that he had in his in group stuff as well.
What did the Tandy release the original CoCo, official CoCo with Color Basic 1.1?
1.0.
1.0.
That's the one I had on my D board. And I'm sure Henry had on his too.
My D board 4K, same thing.
Did it just say Tandy, or did they add the Microsoft by the time they did the release?
It
Meaning
was
the version didn't change, but instead of saying Tandy, it said Tandy, and then it had Microsoft in there, or was it just Tandy?
No,
I think it was just Tandy for the Color Basic.
For some reason, I'm drawing a blank.
I have a Color Basic 1.2 copyright 82 Tandy. So
let me go ahead and let me switch cameras here. I think I got the right one here. There we go. So aside from these wires here that you guys see here, this is how I'm tapping the signal. I'm using these to capture the to connect to the RGB to HDMI that we've seen before. I did want to. My initial plan was to use one of Mr. Emery's little boards that he made up, but I wasn't able to because some of these bodge wires. Let me do a little zoom here. Is it going to zoom for me? Yeah, hold on a second. Let me zoom and move the camera up. Well, that's a little maybe too much zoom. There we go.
Focus, focus.
Focus, come on. Second, let me get something real to focus on.
Fingers. It's looking for skin.
It's looking for skin.
It doesn't care. I refuse.
Is it a manual?
There it
Give
goes.
manual focus.
There we go.
That'd be the
Okay.
ideal.
So
Nice.
I was wanting to use one of Bob's boards on the bottom, but as you can see here,
Lifted pins.
Let me get a little. So yeah, so there's a couple pins right here. So we got this one, and there's one over here, and where the black lead is at, that just happens to be one of them because, whoops.
Right.
I think I got something popping up on my screen here. So Bob's board would set. Let's see here. Get the orientation right. There we go. It would set like this, but underneath the CoCo. And as you can see here, this one here needs to pick up the signal, but this is lifted up, and it comes over here. This is the RF modulator with 1372, the chip there, and some of those are tapping over there. And so yeah, a couple of the pins. These wouldn't have been a problem, but the problem is that the black lead, that one was not there, so I wasn't able to use Bob's. This was my first approach, and then I realized, oh wait, that's not going to work. So
you could probably put a bodge wire then from that pin over to the chip on the other side.
His bodge and your bodge and another bodge to bodge the bodges together.
Well,
two wrongs make a right.
What I like about his solution is I could have just left this in place, and then like when I bring it to CoCo Fest, it's nothing more than hooking up a little ribbon cable to it. But so for right now, I mean, I'm not going to power this thing on all the time, so just tapping in with these little clips here work just fine. And you can see, I'm getting really nice video quality, actually better than I'm getting on the Deluxe. But the Deluxe has about 10 times more bodge wires and turned itself into an antenna. So
and now you've always got this photograph, so you can put the clips back if you need to.
If I need to,
yeah, there you go.
Let me. I'm going to move over.
Does the composite work?
What composite?
This doesn't have composite on it.
That's right. It's RF. Yeah.
You're thinking the Deluxe.
There's this chip right here, and the let's see. Let me take a look here. Yep. A regular CoCo one has a similar chip, and you can see how it kind of comes up at an angle. And you can also see where at one time it was actually probably attached to the board. But since I received it, it was always up in the air. And so I wasn't sure. And one of the other things you can't quite see from this angle is the three legs that are underneath here. The center pin and the right pin they're crossed. So I don't know if that was a design error.
That's a regulator.
This is probably a 5-volt regulator or some type of a regulator. So I didn't want to push it back down. So and this guy here, when I powered this on last week, and I was kind of doing the finger test to check for temperature, I about burnt the impression of that transistor into my finger. So
one thing to keep in mind, if those pins are crossed, that may mean the ground is not where they expect it to be. Therefore, you don't want to bolt the main ground to the board.
No.
Right.
Because that would be tying the 2 and 3 together again and blowing the world up.
Right.
Although a flying heatsink might be fun. Just something, in the air to hold above that and take the heat away.
So what's
I
the
went
number
ahead
on that?
I went ahead and put this little heat sink onto it right here with a little insulator. And so I added this myself. So and what you can't see off in the distance here is I do have a little fan blowing across it, and now it's warm, but it's uncomfortable warm, but it's not like it was before. So it's getting some heat. So but at least for the amount of time that I'll run this thing, it's not like the Deluxe where maybe we want to test some things and actually try to figure out how the Deluxe is working. We know how this works. This is just a CoCo. And so it's one of these things where I'll power it on maybe like at the next CoCo Fest as part of a demonstration, but it's not going to sit there and run for hours. So I'm not too worried about this getting super hot. But now I did find, I was able to, I went out on Facebook, and there's a electronic surplus Facebook page I'm a member of. I posted a picture of this thing. I couldn't figure it out, and some other guys helped me out here with the Motorola number on it. Of course, this isn't made anymore, but it cross-referenced to another chip, which I was able to locate some. Of course, that one's not manufactured anymore, but I did find a surplus site where I could pick up a 5 of these here.
What is the number of it? Because I'm betting that's like the -5 regulator.
It may be.
Where's the salt chip?
What's that? There is.
There's not one.
No, that's all of those parts there are the salt chip.
Okay.
Yeah, there is no salt chip on this.
The
one
multiple
yet.
regulators and the extra flying heat sinks and all that crap.
But
is
isn't
salt
this
chip.
the area where it would be?
Right. A lot of what you
That's-
see right here, Ron, this
Yeah.
is what got consolidated into a salt chip,
Oh, wow.
into a single chip. Yep.
Mhm.
And a
Remember-
lot of that stuff up north.
Remember, the circuit board on the CoCo 1 is way larger than on a 2 or 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Way larger.
So let's see here. To answer your question, it's too hard to look at an angle, but I got a picture here. Where'd you go? Hold on here. It is a. Oh, of course, I can't find a. So it's a Motorola chip. So it's an MJE 29. MJE 29 is how it.
Oh,
is.
yeah. Okay. So that is really a transistor.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen that
High amperage.
many times places before.
What's the circuit board name of it?
Q3.
Are you talking about like the component number, Ron?
Yeah, printed on the motherboard.
Let's see here. If it's the one right here, it says E03. No, Q. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Q3.
Q3. That would be a transistor number. Yeah.
Okay.
Q3. Yep.
And the emitter on the left. So.
Yep. Emitter right here, and
then is it 1, 2, 3 or 1, 3, 2? Because both of those did different things, and obviously they got the one that went the other way.
Yeah, you can see the emitter right here, and the center leg. It actually has a little insulating tube on it. I really can't see the angle right here. Maybe let's see here. If I do this here, let me just do this tilt. See if I can do a tilt real quick. There you go. See that little green insulator?
Yeah.
It's going diagonal.
Oh, yeah.
That's just so the two wires crossing don't short out.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, yeah, because it's not whenever you have transistor with 3 pins in a row, there are 2 different ways to do it. And I wish they would have picked a way.
So according to schematics, the Q3 is actually driving the Q2, which is the big 6594 transistor.
Okay. And you can see here, here's a D board, and you can kind of see it in between right here if it'll focus.
Yeah,
but
you got one that's laying down there.
You can see
there
that
it is bolted down like.
Yep.
Okay.
So what is, the serial number, or the number tells you what board it is? Does it have that area on the
No,
board
this one have a serial number. This was before production.
Right, but I was just wondering what that area looks like where they were printed later. Nothing there?
No, it's just blank right there. The only indication that we have with this thing. Now why is my remote not working? There we go. Let's see here.
You said the keyboard was wired to it at one time?
At one time. So
yeah, it was soldered right directly. There was no connector.
So right here, you can kind of see, let me tilt this out of the way here. So this is the only indication we have right here, this number, this 8709137-PP for pre-production. Yep. Okay. So what was on here before? This is the keyboard. Let me, so this is the keyboard that came with it. And like most keyboards, the connector is up here underneath the numbers, right? This one, you can see how the keyboard connector is down farther. And I've always kind of wondered about it. And actually, Alan, Exile in Paradise, we were talking, and we're kind of wondering if maybe, because this was so early in the game, and tell me what you guys think about this idea. This was Alan's thought. Like the Model 1, the keyboard is over. Do you think they may have one time we're considering maybe having the CoCo with the keyboard over it?
Makes
maybe?
sense.
And that's why
that would make sense, especially since like the original well, not the Agvision, but that prototype that showed up.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, going to be that prototype used the Model 1 keyboard, used the Model 1 form factor, and would have had the keyboard done like that.
Yeah.
All right. Now he's going to bring out the new cabinet.
So this had broken off. So this was actually soldered directly to the board. Now, when I received it, it was not even attached. It was just floating around. And so I wanted to be able to see this thing functioning. So what I ended up doing was I ended up taking a pin header off of another CoCo. And I soldered it directly onto this one and then used its keyboard just so I could actually see if it actually worked. So,
hey, Brian.
So, yes.
Mark Siegel said PP is production prototype, which would make a lot of sense because the board's the right shape and has the holes.
Production prototype.
Yeah.
So we're getting close.
Versus pre-production. I guess we thought we had that debate one time, and I thought it was pre-production, but so production prototype. Okay, well that still works. And yep. Thanks, Mark.
So Brian, just FYI on that lifted pin on the VDG.
Yes,
it's actually the ground pin. So my board should still work fine as long as the other pins are connected.
So, okay, back to the whole bodge wire then. So I could probably take this then.
That pin on the motherboard is still grounded, so you don't need to bodge it.
Cool.
And we don't need an associated ground between it and the video capture, you don't think?
Well, it's still grounded to the color computer. I'm not sure why they lifted the
I see
ground
what you're
to
saying.
the
Yeah, the pin of the socket would be grounded. I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know where
this is just the ground the chip itself. Sorry,
I'm not sure why they lifted the ground from the chip. That's weird.
The only thing I could think of is that maybe for some reason maybe there was a route that wasn't right, but you'd think I don't know. Well, I'll give it a go. So because it would be nice because then what I also ordered here. Hold on, guys, just a second.
I just figured I'd look up the schematic while I was.
I wonder what year this is. 79.
I've got it up on the screen. Actually, I'm looking at one.
I think this would actually be 1980, just earlier 1980.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the date on the large transistor there is 8013. So
I thought I had them
end of March.
I thought I had it near me. So one of the things that if you watch Bob's video on this, he talks about these pads and the fact that you could either solder the wires directly to the pads and have the ribbon cable come off, or you could put a surface mount connector on it, and then you could actually plug the ribbon cable straight into it. I picked up some of those. I kind of like that idea of just being able to quickly pop it on and off. But anyway, these are really nice boards. I do like them. What else I was going to say here? So it's kind of hard to see here. Let me see if I can. Do you guys? I mean, there's really nothing to see. I mean, I could type some things on here. Is there anything you guys want to see run on this thing at all, or?
Well, you could do a print mem to see if you got 4K or 16K.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird to type sideways.
Yeah. Throws everything up.
So we got 14,631.
Okay, you got 16K in there then.
We'll need to see the screen.
Wow, it's a loaded CoCo one.
Yeah.
This is the developer model, you know. It's pushed up there.
Yeah, actually, Robert wouldn't have needed that because he did double buffering on Quasar Commander and Skiing and Dino Wars.
You could actually put carts in there and make it work, or no?
Oh yeah, yep. I ran the diagnostic card on it. So
the new one?
Not the new one. This would be a Radio Shack original one. So it's kind of weird because you have to. Go ahead, Bob.
I didn't notice. Did that have a empty socket for the extended ROM?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah, I saw it on there earlier.
We're good to go.
So they expected that.
Yeah.
Well, by now it's cut out to fit the planned case and everything. You know, we're about to pop here.
And I actually thought about doing it. I do have a CoCo one that unfortunately is in really shed shape. And that's where I was able to salvage this from. I hate to cannibalize a CoCo, but if it's unrecoverable, I may use it to bring life to other CoCos. But
the case is good.
The case is pretty good. And I actually thought about putting this into a proper case just
There
for
you
display
go.
reasons. It might be
Yeah,
kind
'cause you
of
didn't get
interesting to
one
see it.
from Robert, did you? That was just a bare board floating around.
Right, and that's why I made this acrylic. Now, what you don't see here is if you guys saw it at CoCo Fest, I had an acrylic top over it just to kind of protect it.
Yep.
For display reasons and stuff like that. But
Yeah, but a nice case to preserve this would be, because it's a
Brian.
thing by itself. It's more than
Brian,
just a CoCo one.
Does the cocoa that's wasted or whatever, does it have a date on the inside cover? Because sometimes they put dates in there when it was put together or whatever.
I don't recall. Now I don't know about a seaboard. So here's just kind of as a quick comparison. Let me do this real quick here. Let me move this over. Let me pan this camera down just a bit here. Let's see if we can get both of these guys into the picture. I think I'm cutting off just a little bit, aren't I?
Yeah.
You guys can see
We
most
see
of
the
it
bottom of
there?
the board. You can see the bottom of the circuit board.
Yeah, it's cutting off the top of the PP version.
There we go. Pretty close there, I think.
Okay.
There it is. That's about the best I think I can get here. Let me
Is
see if I
that
can
the
zoom up.
older version cartridge thing?
Good stuff. It's almost the same, but because it's pre-production, they didn't bother with the shield around all the RFE stuff on the pre-production board.
Right. So yeah. So you don't
Scott-
see the shield. You don't see the shield here. One of the other things I noticed too is that so you can see here. Here's the VDG. Here's the RF modulator. It's kind of over here, but on a production one, this has now been turned perpendicular, and the RF modulator is over here now. But a lot of this area here, you got the large cap on the side. You got the other caps over here. They're on their side. These are the regulators. All of this is very much the same. Even the can. This has been rotated a little bit.
Like for routing.
Well, that makes perfect sense because the only thing they changed was the bodge wires off of the pre-production. You can see where they were headed.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, so the memory and all this, the location of the processor, all of that is the same. But it's really just these three chips here. The most thing that stands out to me is these three chips. This one was turned, and then these two were either
they probably wanted to bring that modulator chip into the RF shielded area too.
Yeah.
For interference.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The black piece of plastic there for the cartridge port. Did they have holes for the same as those are, or different?
No, none of the holes have been drilled yet or anything on this board.
Oh, okay, but they're marked.
Well, I don't know if I can see any markings or not, but I mean the traces are already located properly. So yeah, this could have been drilled for that.
Silk screen that's not on there, but
yep.
But you can see the silk screen where the shield
they're getting
goes.
close. And what I find kind of interesting is that there's some little wire wrap going on here. Here's another bodge wire that comes over here. Somewhere I saw a couple cut traces and stuff, but
mistakes.
And like over here on this one here, there's like this what could be a row of bank of resistors. That's kind of all eliminated over here. That's really not there. I mean, some
Actually,
of these
they moved it.
Is that what they moved? Some of it? Oh, it's already no.
No, because I see that whole bank of resistors over there. Instead of being underneath that one chip, it's over to the right of it, where your pin is.
Right here.
Yeah. Isn't that a row of resistors?
Yeah, but this is all the same here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
The which one's the CPU?
It's over here.
And what's below it?
Sam.
That would be the MMU.
And they're both ceramics.
Correct. Yep. And so too is the ROM. It's also that purple with the gold.
Right.
You just can't see it. It's just this has a label over it, and it just says color basic on it.
Right.
So now, when you put an extended basic chip in there, is there a way to, jumper or anything like the newer ones would?
Jumper to go to more memory, you mean, or something?
No, to use the new ROM next to the old.
No,
one.
there's no
It's
jumper.
automatic.
There isn't
No, you just plug it
Even
in.
on the new days.
There's a socket.
Okay.
They're not mapped into the same memory, so when you plug in the new chip, that just becomes
Just
code.
more. Yeah.
This goes right in line to the next.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
Brian, I would
wonder-
wonder if the holes for mounting it in a case match up.
They may
the center post, and then you've got the where the screw holes are.
Yeah, so the center post
Look,
is
the
there.
bottom right is wrong.
And so there is a screw here and here, which is the same as this one, but there's a screw here which isn't on this one.
Right. Is that going to interfere with you putting it in a case?
It may, yeah, because I noticed like right here, there's a screw hole here, but there isn't one over here. So
Yeah.
I may or may not be able to put it in a case, but you know, even if I get a couple screws lined up, there is one like right here behind the keyboard that's the same. So if I get a couple of them that line up, it might be.
Well, the pulse will still hold the board. You just won't be able to put the screw in.
Just sit there. Yeah.
The only thing I'm not sure about, and you can see here on this one, the diameter of this post is this is smaller here, so it may not even fit into a case because of that reason.
I would abandon that black plastic thing if you need to. I mean, it's not like you're going to be cramming games into it all day long.
Right.
So...
Why not?
Yeah.
But I mean, you can.
I'd go for your Perspex
Yeah.
idea.
I like the idea.
Make a Perspex molded one.
Now, I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen pictures of the board. There was a bunch of bodge wires on the underside as well, or is it they're all on the top side?
All top side. Yep. This is it's fairly clean underneath there. Yep.
There wasn't any major differences between the bottoms on the two of them?
There might be. It's kind of hard to, with all the wires here, I can't really tell right now, but
what speed is the RAM?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't it say on the top? You know,
it might be.
Number.
It might be, but these bifocals of mine aren't going to focus right now.
Right.
So they would be. What would they be typically for that first thing? Are they like 200s or?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I think 200 nanosecond.
Yeah.
I know Deke was mentioning in Discord yesterday, he thought that the CoCo 1 would run fine with 300 nanosecond, but I don't recall that. I thought there was problems if you tried to run them that slow.
Well, yeah, you're running twice as fast as you think you are because of the SAM. That's the issue. So if you start doing your math thinking, okay, the CPU is running at 0.89, blah, 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 but you aren't. You're doing two things in that 0.89, which kind of messes up everyone's thinking.
Yeah, because the SAM is multiplexing it to the video chip.
Exactly.
Now, would this old one be able to be stacked with other memory and made to 32K, you know, like they used to do?
Yeah, you'd have to cut some traces on the board, just like the original C&D boards to do it.
But it would have worked?
Yeah. Yeah, because the chips themselves are capable of handling it. It's just the wiring to it.
I wonder if this board is closer to an A.
Right?
It very likely, yeah.
Has anybody ever seen an A or a B? The oldest I've heard of actually being seen in the wild is a C, and I think Richard Lobieski has both of the ones that I know of.
I've not heard of anything like that. The only thing that I can say with any amount of assurance is that the earliest that I know of is the D board.
That is definitely the earliest of the common ones, same one I had. But Richard Lobieski actually showed us on the show a C board.
Right, there's pictures posted somewhere of it too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But he worked at Tandy, so that probably helped.
Right.
Oh, gee, there you go.
So, yep. So I was very excited about when I powered it on and did a couple resets and saw the pretty green screen there and everything. I was really excited about it because.
Has anybody said anything on the side? You know.
On the side.
You know.
What do you mean?
You know, adding questions in the chat area.
Oh, okay.
But because Mark Siegel came in during the CoCo 2 era, is that correct?
No, tail end of the CoCo 1 era, I think. But Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was, I think, before the CoCo 2 came out.
Ask him.
82, 83, I think. I'm trying to remember from the interview.
You just did.
But
cool.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. I can throw a cartridge in here. It's kind of hard. You have to kind of hold your tongue out just the right way, and then get it lined up just right. There we go.
You know, if you turn it on first.
Oh. There we go.
Mark Siegel said yes, but I don't know which version of the story he was saying yes to. So,
oh, oops! Come on, mouse. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, this is all I was playing with earlier was the diagnostic cart, and oh, I got the keyboard disconnected, so I can't press any buttons. But I was playing with this, and I did plug a joystick in and did the sound test, and it makes all the pretty sound through the sound test there, and did the basic ROM test and everything. So
if you had a joystick plugged in, would that work? Would it, select up and down or no?
Yeah, the joystick works just fine.
Then you can plug that in, and select one.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no, it doesn't work.
No, you can't pick menu options with a joystick.
How about the new one?
The new one works basically the same as the old. It's just able to go up to the 8 mega memory.
All right.
So anyway, anything else anybody wants to see on this one at all, or?
So what do you think the little sawtooth things on the edge are from?
That's just the RGB to HDMI doing its best to to pick up on the signal.
It's a video cable. If you shielded the cable, it would cut down on that.
Yep.
Okay.
So Mark is saying he did arrive at Tandy during the tail end of the CoCo 1 era. Because the CoCo 2 got announced, I remember, the summer of '83, when the same time the 64K CoCo was announced.
Ask him if there's A and B boards around.
He wasn't at Tandy at that time, so I don't know if he knows if
He wouldn't know.
they or not.
Well, if he was interested.
He was at DataSoft at that point still.
Maybe he knew, though.
Well, he did mention earlier in the chat, he said he had a pre-production in '79.
I do have
but
one thing
that's
here.
pretty early. I mean, from looking at the specs that we got from Van Chandler's notes and stuff here, that would have been, I suspect, maybe more early 1980 than late '79, unless he had a fairly early pre-production. Because you remember, was there dates on the notes there about the Sam daughter board when it wasn't actually a chip ready from Motorola yet?
I don't remember it. I'd have to pull that back out again.
You have the blueprints and stuff there, so that's something else we have to get scanned at some point.
Yep, absolutely. I did have one quick thing just to kind of show and see if the hardware guys have any ideas. So I found I was looking for something else, and I happened to come across these things. Where's my camera? Here we are. So these are 40-pin IDC ribbon cable connectors. So here's the tops for them that would snap on there, And so I was like, these are neat, but I'm trying to think, what could I use them for? Other than maybe making a remote extender to maybe extend something from out of the CoCo for some reason or whatever.
I so desperately want to find a stock of those, because that would be absolutely amazing for if you're hacking around with SAM or VDG stuff or anything like that. Being able to break those out and being able to get that out onto a breadboard would be just absolutely faboo.
Like a ribbon cable on there going out to a breadboard.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Are there more?
Yes. I'll send you the link, Henry.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Wait.
I think Rick, is that drool coming from the corner of your mouth? Are you looking for some of these too, Rick? Or?
yeah. You should leave the link available.
Okay. Yes. We want them.
You shouldn't have told him about the link there, Brian. You could have just started selling them.
Yeah, there you go. Right. Well, one thing, once you see the price of them, you may limit your quantity that you may want to order.
Yeah. They're probably very close to unobtainium, and so likely very expensive. So comparatively speaking.
So I picked up 3 of them. So
they have a financing department, then
Right. Sounds perfect. Right. One for Henry, one for Rick, and one for Brian.
Right.
Which Brian?
Yeah. So I was just looking for something else, and I happened to stumble across these, and it's like, ooh, that's kind of neat. So I went ahead and grabbed it. So, but anyway, I got more stuff to share, but I'll wait until next week to show you guys more. So, but thank you for
letting me part of Septandy.
What's that?
I said it's not going to be part of Septandy.
Well, I guess we want to say Septandy extended, I guess, but I mean, I can show you the guys if you guys want to spend more time with me. But
you may as well, because Sloopy's not here yet.
Oh, okay, let's hear. Hold on. I have to set my headphones down here a second.
Yeah, and I see Bob Emery. You found my old demo.
Did I?
Yeah, that's the one I put in CompuServe for October of '86, right after the CoCo 3 was released. It was my very first CoCo 3 program.
Nice. Well, we got Halloween coming up, so I decided it was a nice place to stop for a while.
I like it better with the Matrix background, but
yeah, it looks kind of cool.
Yeah, I should have my old CompuServe ID number and stuff still in the REMs in the program, if I remember correctly.
Okay, I'm back. So yeah, there's that there that I had. Let's see here. Where's the other thing out there? Oh, sorry. I gotta reach
No,
here.
this is far more important than my crappy little program.
Oh. Sorry about the weird camera angle too, guys. My room's kind of in flux right now, so it's kind of hard. But anyway,
well,
so
I heard that isopropyl alcohol cleaned that up.
Right. Flux. I wanted to get a spare one of this version, and I happened to see this one out there, and I thought it was kind of interesting because the guy had a little sticker on there, and it has the pinout of the whole thing there. Not that it's not available, but it was kind of nice. So picked up one of these things here, and it was always kind of nice. It comes with the cable and everything, so I wanted to get an extra one of these for.
Which one is
That's a floppy, not an RS-32, right?
Right. Yeah, this would be the floppy controller. I wanted to use it with my GoTech that I have set up and everything. I didn't have an extra one, and so I was taking one from a regular floppy drive. This would be kind of part of my dedicated
number.
Is that the 12-volt one?
This would be the 0329. The older.
That's the 1793 12-volt, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, I believe that one does take the 12. I'll have to double check it.
Just to help David Ladd out here with his fetishes, but you could then theoretically upgrade that to run high density.
There you go. And then
indeed,
also came across a seller that had a whole group of these things, so I got a Tandy 1000 dust cover for that drive, and then the printer, the thermal printer.
Oh, the TP10, the toilet paper printer. Yeah.
Yep. And actually, they had a pair of them there, so I picked up both of them. So,
hey, did you guys see the report about thermal printers? The ink is toxic to people. Didn't they tell you not to touch it? Like when you fill up your gas and you get those receipts, it's like the same stuff as the old plastic in bottles.
It's probably carcinogenic.
I mean, I'm gonna have to stop licking them.
Everything's
everything's
go ahead, Mark B.
So everything's toxic.
You better take those pieces out of your pocket, man.
Right. The other thing that I grabbed was one of these popped up, and I wanted to get another one of these so I could have a pair.
Dicom
to play with there.
Yeah,
so
light phaser adapter.
Yep.
So
I also have
battery.
Where on your computer do they pop up?
Pop up. Oh, so I also have another gun coming too. I have two guns, but I saw one, I couldn't resist it. It has the tip is orange, so it's kind of cool looking. So I don't know, it caught my eye. So I'll just have a spare gun that is going to go with this one.
Isn't that like redundant? I saw one, I couldn't resist it.
Oh, I couldn't resist it.
I saw one.
And then I
Here
ripped
it is.
And for those interested in the phaser gun adapter, David Craker actually has reproduction models of that now. And Tim Linder published how to actually make your own, so you don't have to find a rare one; you can make one.
I missed. David was at the Canadian show last week.
Yeah, he was at the Manitoba Retro Club.
Was he selling some? Did he make more? I know he sold all of them. He brought to CoCo Fest. He sold like in 5 minutes or something like that. So.
Yeah, I don't know if he's planning on making more, but he has published the how to make them yourself, or you probably order the, through various mother or board manufacturers.
And here's something else that I picked up. I haven't had a chance to test it out, but it goes with our friend the Dragon, and it's a Dragon multi-pack.
Nice.
Is that the BT one?
No, this
Basic
is
Technologies.
No, not the basic technology one. That's much bigger than this. That's almost the size of a shoebox.
Okay.
So, but like the BT, it has the. Go ahead. Sorry, Ron.
And that's not.
Yeah. Exactly. But like the BT, it also has a separate cartridge that you plug in, and then it has the extended ribbon cable that goes out there.
I like it. And 5 slots.
5
like
slots.
You like that nice wide ribbon cable there, Mr. Euland? I know you love
I
your
wouldn't
ribbon
want to
cable.
buy many of them, but yeah,
It's probably
cool.
got a ground line between each one.
So, but I haven't had a chance to try it out yet, though. So
Doesn't have a little feed on it or anything?
Nope. It is, but it is elevated. It is like a pair of rides, like a pair of heels there. So
that looks exactly like their traditional blow molded plastic boxes that everybody used to use back in the day.
Oh yeah,
that were like
that would explain the ribbon cable too, because the Dragon's cartridge port is pretty just about at the bottom, like almost hitting the table underneath. It's not raised like ours, so you wouldn't be able to plug out that box straight in without tilting the Dragon up in a corner.
Right.
Nice.
Let's see here. I think that's all the goodies I got. That I'm trying to think here.
Now that was a vacuum form box, right?
Right.
Back in the day, that's what they did before we had computer printers.
Yeah, that's really about all I got to share, other than the fact that I did buy this like 3 years ago, and I just haven't not had the opportunity to use it. But I tell you what, I'll just say, if you guys are going to be doing any amount of solder sucking, I love this thing. This was so nice. I've done so many years of solder sucking with the little plunger sucker or the something like that.
You got to have a tool with a motor, man.
Oh my gosh. I bought this with the intent of doing some more, and I just haven't really had a chance because I didn't have the space. And I'm slowly working on getting a space right now back together. But I tell you what, on this old board, because I had to desolder the little wires that were sticking out of this not pre-production, what did he call it now? Was it pre-production?
Production prototype.
Production prototype. Well, that's gonna be a tough one for me to change. I've been saying pre-production for so long. But anyway, I had to suck the little wires out of that. And I tell you what, it just makes it so nice because you can dial in the temperature down here. So that way you can use the least amount of heat to still get the job done. So you're not heating up your traces and stuff like that. And I tell you what, this was a really nice thing to use. I liked it a lot. So anyway,
that's an expensive piece of kit.
What's that?
That's an expensive piece of kit. I just looked it up on Amazon.
About 140, 130?
The one I'm looking at is 200. It's almost 300.
Oh no, I didn't pay that for this one.
There are also
when did you buy it? 10 years ago or 4 years ago?
3, you said.
This is a 301.
Right.
There are 301.
Yeah, this is a 301. So I don't know what model you're looking at, but
yeah, it's calling itself a Hacko FR 301-03.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. This is the FR. This is the FR03.
Hacko's expensive. Sorry. You can find a much cheaper Chinese where the pump is in a separate thing on the table and the gun is separate for a little less money, and it does the same job. It's a little futzy to keep clean, but if you want to knock $100 off, look at those two.
But I have a whole box. I probably have like 24 community projects that I've supported by buying them that I haven't yet to solder up and everything. So I got a lot of soldering to do. I also have a number of CoCos that I have in my collection that are not working, and so I want to work on them. And I know there's going to be some soldering involved and stuff. So I went ahead and made the investment on that thing. Just because I've seen too many people where it happens and it's nothing deliberate. Where you're heating it up, and especially when you're trying to use like wire wick or something like that, you're putting the heat right down on top of those traces, and you go and lift a trace, and you just tripled your work. So
well, and kind of a little unobvious, because those desolderers, it's a ring that you heat the joint with. You can actually hold the pad down while you're sucking the solder out, and then let off the vacuum before you lift away, and that way the pad sticks back down to the board, and you never actually rip it off like you can, with
trade secret number 442.
Right. Buy one of these, and your life will get better.
So that's all I got for you guys today.
You did good.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yep. It'll be fun.
She still haven't told us where your house is.
I don't think he's going to. There's a few people that know. I mean, maybe you could ask Bob.
It starts with the word Fort and ends with the word Knox. Let's put it that way.
I'm on knocks on your door.
Oh, Bob shipped stuff to me. Rick has shipped stuff to me. So I guess maybe you guys can start taking some bidding on pricing there as far as release there. So, but I
Has
see
your
Mr.
insurance gone up?
No, but I see we do have a Mr. Shoebring that joined us here, and Kevin.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Howdy.
Hi, Brian. Hi, Kevin.
Can you hear us, Brian?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can
Now
hear
we
you.
can.
Can now, yeah.
There we go.
I still don't see a Sloopy or a Paul Fiscarelli yet, so
Hmm.
do we want to just go ahead with game on?
Sure.
Results? Which I believe, Henry, you're pinch hitting this week?
Yes.
Okay, so I will run. Actually, you know what? We're coming up on top of the hour. Let's go ahead and run our
Sounds good to me.
weekly commercial, and then we'll go into the game on.
Go.
I'll go get a coffee in the meantime.
Yep.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Brandon Dunny, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunnarsson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, please sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
DK Avalanche says, "Hi guys, my name is Ernesto B. I'm from Argentina. I have a CoCo 2 and a CoCo 3, which I can't use at the moment. I like retro because it makes me feel younger. Greetings." The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Alrighty then. So, taking over this week for Ken and Sloopy, because I believe they're both over at Tandy Assembly. Let's see what we've got this week. What? Oh, did I actually? There we go. And if I did this right, this week we played Zeus from Aardvark Productions. And we had a grand total of 9 players who braved the wrath of the ancient thunder god. And of those, the rankings stand thusly. In number 9, ninth place is Retro Rick with a showing of 500 points. Coming in shortly thereafter, number 8 was Sloopy Malibu with 510. In 7th place, Ed Rhodes with 540. 6th place, Jem Rye, 3,510. 5th place, Coconut Bob, 20,620. 4th place, Henry III, hi there, 25,520. 3rd place, Mike with 42,600. 2nd place, Shenley with 99,620. And oh my goodness, how did he manage to do this? We have in 1st place, Dr. Ted Crazy Legs Nelson with 149,671 points. Thanks everyone for playing Zeus this week for the Game On Challenge.
And Dr. Ted actually wrapped the score counter, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ooh.
So the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute. Two salutes.
Where am I? Okay, so I had some talking points that I was going on about. Oh, let me turn that off. Talking points. Let me find it. Of course, I didn't have it queued up. There we go. All right, so the biggest problem we had with the showing this week, I think, is that this particular game did not like emulators, and it hates the 6309. So when you run it on an emulator, it seems like once you get up to level 2, those lightning bolts like to just and come down and kill you dead like that quick. On real hardware, I didn't have that problem. We also had the problem where on the 6309, for whatever reason, it just simply would not run. I heard a lot of people talking about how when you first started, they couldn't get past the first screen. I managed to figure out that you have to hit the trigger on your joystick and then go ahead and hit enter, or the other way around, something like that, to actually get into the game. Don't know what's up with that one. There was very, very little in the way of instruction. As a matter of fact, the only thing we managed to find as far as instructions were concerned was advertising copy. This also exists for the Commodore 64, so I didn't look in C64 land. Maybe there's some more stuff in C64 land for it. But let's see. Dr. Ted also gave us a few takeaways from it. Big takeaways that I have are, number 1, shield use is key, but number 2, if you try to group together your lightning bolt kills, you might not have to do it as much. Also, number 3, the cloud fires its killer rainbow every 10 seconds or so. It was the main thing killing him, but once he started tracking the time between shots, he died way less. So there's that one.
Okay, so the lightning bolts from the cloud are timed then. That's the secret. You got to just know it's about to discharge.
Killer rainbows. Remember, killer rainbows.
Rainbows of death! Woo! But yeah, that's anybody else got anything for Zeus?
I haven't played it in a long time. I didn't get a chance to play it the last couple of weeks due to work and other things, so I'm kind of sad I missed it. But
it's actually kind of a fun game when you get used to it.
I thought it was a really fun game myself. I mean, it's a pretty standard shooter. It's even without the insta-death from when you're running it on an emulator, the pace on the thing is just frenetic. It's like those things, those lightning bolts just do not stay in place.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the faster arcade games Aardvark put out, because they're more known for their adventure games than anything else. But they had a few. We've played their Defender clone, which I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Planet Raiders, I think. Tube Frenzy, which is one of the more strategy arcade games. But this is definitely one of their, if not the fastest one. They put up Bagged Man's another one.
Yep. So, anybody else with anything, or we want to look at what we're doing for next week?
Did you find any reviews of it in magazines or anything, or did you look? Or
I looked in and around that time, but I found absolutely nothing in the way of reviews. I didn't look any farther than about December of December of 1983. It showed up, I believe, in the August 83 Rainbow for the advertising copy. Didn't seem to show up in any of the high scores listing in Rainbow. got as far as Zaxxon, and then Zaxxon was the last one.
Okay. Well, whilst you're chatting, I'm going to take a look because I've actually got a kind of a master index I shared with Ken. I don't think he shared it with you.
Oh, yeah.
Just to see if I can find anything, but okay, none in the non-rainbow. Let's try rainbow.
Anybody else got anything on Zeus?
Zeus was reviewed in rainbow, January 1984.
Okay, I didn't go far enough.
So close.
Page 294. I'll try downloading that in the background. We'll chit chat.
Rainbow 294. So, or Rainbow December. Let's see, CoCo.
No, January of 1984.
Okay.
Are you going to download it? I can skip trying to get it myself then.
I'm just going to pull it up here on. I'm just going to pull it up here on the CoCo or the archive.
Okay.
Go magazine.
Yeah, I checked out Computer Magazine and all the other ones. And nobody else had a review of Zeus. So.
And I need. Rainbow.
I have the Thursday show queued up if you want me to run it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on, Mouse, where are you?
And Bob's playing it live while we're talking.
Right.
So how many did we have this week? We had what, like I think 9 players or something like that all day?
Here we got 3. Let's see. 6?
6? Okay. Well, still not bad, all things considered. And yeah, most of us were playing. It looks like most of us kind of gave up on Zeus a little early and went to Lava Hero. But still in all, Lava Hero is a fun little game. At least I was having fun with it. One of the guys there mentioned that Lava Hero was who was it saying that Lava Hero? No, I think it was you. I think it was you, Mark, that was saying that the aspect ratio makes it kind of difficult to judge where the thing's going to drop.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't pay attention to how long it is. I just go by time. So because the time's pretty consistent.
Yeah, I see on the live playback here that you guys are pretty well all running it in the CoCo 3 mode with the CoCo 3 color set.
Yeah.
Of course, because that's what hardware I have.
What page was that on, Curtis?
294.
Thank you. I don't have a page 294.
Oh, is that one of the ones that's missing pages in the scans? There's a few of those.
It must be because it ends on an advertisement.
Okay. If you want to talk about the live stream, I will go grab my physical copy.
Okay. Yeah, so we had I had to bow out a little bit earlier than usual because I was just like feeling terrible, but we had some good times on there. It was a slow start. I think we managed to actually get the show going at about 15 minutes past 8, which, well, that's what kind of happens. But definitely an enjoyable time, it seems, had by all. Sloopy showed up and did a few things. That's pretty much what I got on that regard. But yeah, I don't have anything else I can really say about the live show. Other than this, Thursday nights, 8 p.m. right here, right on Discord. You know, you don't have to do anything other than get onto Discord and join in. If you're already on the CoCo Discord, great. Just fire up your emulator, whatever it is you're going to do. Share your screen in there and come and join us and play, or come and join us. And be part of the peanut gallery. We can always use a few extra hecklers. Hey, Curtis, looks like you found
it. Okay, I'm not going to read the whole review because it's half a page. It just says, Zeus, electrifying, action-packed fun. The reviewer, Charles Springer, gave it a 8 out of 10 review. That's part of the basic ad copy. He really liked the credit roll on screen accompanied by Distant Thunder, which he called one of the best opening credits he's seen in a while, rivaling some TV shows. That's probably a bit overhyped. Talks about the magic staff to defend yourself. Air is full of lightning bolts. After you survive one storm or level of difficulty, however, another one even more intense lies ahead. You find the first 4 levels fairly easy after a little practice, especially if you're a veteran of Centipede or Colorpede Wars. Lightning bolts zigzag from side to side until they're right on top of you. If you get that close, you can pull back in your joystick and press till a shield surrounds your body. You can only use the shield once, however. Is it a once thing or is it a timer thing? I can't remember.
It's got a certain amount of energy, so you can use it until you run out of the bar on the right-hand side of the screen.
Okay. So the 5th level clouds appear above, and you must avoid standing beneath them because they pack a powerful wallop. As you advance higher, these clouds start moving about, following your every move. It is difficult keeping track of the smaller lightning bolts while these clouds are zeroing in on you. As you utilize your magic staff to stave off the lightning bolts, a handy meter in the lower left-hand part of the screen informs you how much power you have remaining. If you use your fire button for too long, the power quickly drains and you momentarily are left defenseless. You soon learn not to get carried away, or you will be carried away. Indicate on the top right indicates how many lives you're granted. Another life at level 5, level 9, and every 3 levels after that. And then I think you guys figured out the PiKey pauses, the arcade resumes. In summary, the game is fun, the graphics are nice, the sound effects are interesting. However, I wouldn't say that I found it to be even mildly addictive like some of the others I've experienced. And when you have played as many CoCo games as I have since last Christmas, addictiveness is definitely a consideration in reviewing a game's possible appeal for others. It might also be argued that such a quality is not necessarily good for your own well-being. And then he gave it an 8 out of 10. And it was for sale for $19.95 on tape and $24.95 on disc from Artbark.
Yeah. Cool. So we're ready to see what we got going next week?
Sure. Oh, we should mention, you already mentioned that Lava Hero's on one more week, I presume?
Yep, Lava Hero is on for one more week. And so make me big.
You are, mostly.
I am big. Okay, great. Anybody recognize this?
Yes. Didn't we play this already, or did we
I
not?
was thinking we did. It kind of looks familiar.
Looks familiar.
I see a Horace.
Yes, that's definitely a Horace.
Yeah, it's Hungry Horse, but I thought we played that one already, didn't we?
Well, if we did, I didn't know, so oh well.
Good excuse. Yeah, I didn't know.
I don't know if we played the other Horse game on the CoCo and Dragon, though. We could maybe switch it if you want to.
Well, I mean, I pulled this one up and just figured why not go with the first one, because again, I didn't know that if we'd already played it or not. I mean, why not? It's not a bad little game. It's a fun little game. It's like I just played around with it a little bit, and it's kind of Pac-Man-ish, but at the same time, it's got some strategy to it that you otherwise wouldn't have in Pac-Man.
Yeah, plus multiple mazes that you go between, like doing
Yeah.
screens. Full, yeah.
Yeah, you kind of got to figure out where where your portals are, because you got the portals that'll take you up and down in the maze, and then once you go forward through off the right, you can't come back through the left. It's like you can't run away once you go into a stage.
I like Buck Owens' reaction. He goes, "I played this. Horace does something or other."
Well, I thought it would be kind of fun because it's like, it's the start of I think it was originally like a Spectrum game or something like that.
Yeah, because Horace was kind of like the Cuthbert of the Spectrum, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Right. And so with Horace being the Cuthbert of the Spectrum and Horace being like a well-known character, the fact that he shows up on the Dragon, hey, let's go ahead and see what we can do with that. You know? And
because there was like 5 or 6 games, I think, in the Horace series on the Spectrum, but I think only 2 or 3 reported the Dragon.
I know that Hungry Horse made it, and I know that Horse Goes Skiing made it.
Yeah.
This does load and run on a CoCo. However, because the Dragon's key matrix is different, you're not going to be able to use the arrow keys to do your movement, and it is keyboard based, not joystick based. So it's like comma, period, something or other. There's like wonky keys that it uses if it's
I
on the CoCo.
think there's a CoCo patch version kicking around somewhere because I think that got fixed. But
Okay.
I'd have to try it again. It's been a while.
Yeah, we can go hunting for it. But if nothing else, you can pull it down from World of Dragon. It runs fine on XRoar. And
Yep.
if you happen to have a 32K Dragon, you can run it on real hardware.
Or Dragon 64, I'm assuming it would work there too. And that was much more common here in North America because they actually sold it from Tano.
Should be fine with the Dragon 64 as well. So yeah, there we
Color
go.
Computer Archive has it.
Oh, CoCo Archive does? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might be the patched one with the keys fixed too.
All right. So that's all I've got.
Okay, I'm just trying to see games we've played. I'm just going to see because I'm pretty sure we have played it before, but I don't remember. It might have been quite a while ago. I mean, Sloopy picked one we already played too. So,
So repeats are not without precedence.
no,
23.
We've done that a few times.
We've been busted.
So in the chat, AJ.
There it is. Game 182. I don't even know what number we're on now. 200 and some.
A lot more. I think it's a lot more than 182.
Yeah. The last one I've got listed on my chart, and it's a bit behind, is Storm Arrows. That was 224. So, and that's a fair bit of time ago. So it's probably been at least a year or pretty close to a year or just over a year, I would say, since we last played it.
Yeah, and we're getting close to the 3rd anniversary of Game On Challenge anyway.
Yes, right around.
I mean, and most of the old guys on here don't remember. So
I was going to say, given our ages, we don't remember playing those games anyway.
That's right.
So you can do them again. And
that's right.
It's all new for us every week.
Yeah.
Oh, Buck is saying Lava Hero is game 233. So yeah, it's almost exactly a year ago then.
Yeah, AJ Griglac is saying September 23rd, 23 is when we played it.
CRT won. How'd he do that? He's not even here.
It was a year ago.
Yep. Was about a year ago. So.
And we've never played the skiing one, I don't think, ironically enough.
No.
Not
We'll have to pick that one soon.
And that's actually a cool one because it's 2 games in one.
Yeah, you got Frogger and you got skiing, all come smash.
Yep. A rather unforgiving Frogger, too.
I love Horace as a concept. We don't have enough resolution. We'll just put arms and legs on a head. We're good.
Yeah. He's quite animated, though. That's one nice thing they did with him. Like even on this one, Hungry Horse, the animation for the character is quite well done.
Mm-hmm. I love the scared and panicking security guard when Horace hits the alarm bell.
Yeah. Okay, so Lava Hero for one more week. Now, Henry, are you also in charge of next Thursday's live show, or is one of the other two supposed to be back to?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I was only asked to take care of. I was only like taking care of the Saturday thing. So.
Okay.
We'll find out on Thursday at showtime.
Yeah, when nobody shows up. Oh, I guess Henry was in charge.
Well, I don't have the assets to run it, so.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't be the first time I find out showtime. Oh, hey, I need to broadcast.
Log in quick.
Yeah. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to go over with William and fight. We have to figure out what. Like, I know there's multiple rainbows that are missing chunks, and it's probably because that automated scanner just zipping your pages. Maybe a wad got stuck together, or some fell out, or got missing, or something here. But there's a few issues that are missing, like substantial, like 40-50 pages is gone. And it seems to be in the 83, 84, I think almost all of them that have problems.
It's bit rot.
And there's a few that have bad scans. Like if you actually try to view it, it just shows up as a mess. It didn't even scan properly as an image.
Right. That's the problem with perfect binding. If the glue breaks, it's done. You know?
Yeah, and it's also the reason I don't really like scanning mine, because I don't want to bust them. Mine are, if you give me, I don't know how well this will show up in the picture here, but mine, because I read Rainbow a lot. I took it to school and read it. I took it on holidays and read it.
Right.
It's like a wrinkled mess because I just went through it so many times. So I don't want to damage it any more than I already have. In fact, this one here's actually got tape holding part of the cover together. In fact, I even, the perfect bound didn't work here. So I went to work. We had a big stitching machine. I don't know whether it's so, but this is actually stapled right through the full thickness.
Wow.
We had industrial stitching machines. So
That's a stapler to go through 300 pages.
Right.
You know, there was a period of time where Rainbow magazines were cheap, and they were, you know, like on eBay and stuff, and you could buy them cheap, and then, you know,
Right.
gradually became
just like CoCos.
vintage. Yeah.
And I never bought any of them because I had every issue of the Rainbow in
Yeah, you're all set.
milk crates in my basement, and then my basement flooded and it turned into bricks of rainbows.
Oh.
So yeah, now I have none.
Now, before we go off the game on challenge segment, I think people probably remember from last week, even us old farts that have, you know, fleeting memories, that 2 new games were announced, Lava Hero being one of them, which had been released earlier in the week. And then also on that, during the show, we got Nick's Semigraphics 12 version of Hero in Basic. And some people might be asking, well, why didn't you guys pick Hero as the game for the next challenge? Because it was another new release. And Nick actually got reported a few idiosyncrasies. Is that better than saying bugs, Nick?
Yeah. It was an unfinished feature.
he thought of that in a while.
And an incomplete feature. Yeah, I like it.
So anyway, we will be getting back to that game, but I think we're going to let it, you know, simmer for a little bit and just make sure all the rest of the idiosyncrasies are no longer present.
Oh,
That's right. It was a rush. So
premature release.
That's it.
I think they have pills for that. I just noticed Paul Fiscarelli is actually on the call.
Oh, that was terrible.
Thank you.
Before we step to Paul, where can we download Paul Shoemaker's game?
I'm here on his itch.io page.
Okay, thank you.
That should be in the show notes from last week.
Thank you.
Paul Fiscarelli, are you able to come on with video, etc., or are you kind of, I don't know how long you've been waiting there.
No, I just hopped on, Curtis. So yeah, they're in the middle of the auction here, but I can do a quick walk around the room and show what's going on and all the exhibits that we've got here. Tandy Assy
Sure.
to share.
I did catch a couple of live stream seminars and stuff earlier today, and some of the tech ones from yesterday, like John Strong's CoCo one. So we'll be discussing that in the news, but didn't get to see much of the show floor. So go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Hold on one sec.
Maybe we should have Paul point at the auction and I'll do some bidding live. You know,
Just give Paul your credit card number.
Yeah, just a blank check for the whole damn table, please. It's, oh, you were on for a sec.
Yep, hold on one sec. All right. So got the showroom floor here. The way that they've got this set up, and sure, the auction that I wanted to bid on is coming up next. Hang on one second.
If you need to take a break, you can.
So yeah, the way that they got the room set up is they have all the exhibition tables set up, and then they also have the
This looks like a bigger show than last year. Is that what your feeling is too?
So I wasn't here last year.
Oh, okay.
Last time I was here was 2019, but it's definitely bigger than when I was. That's right. Yeah, I do want it. Yes. $50. $60.
Live auctions, cool.
I'll take it for $70. Yep. 80.
Is that enough in there?
Yeah. Perfect. I got it. So for those that
now what
can't
is
tell
it?
it's a Wiko joystick for the color computer, or not joystick, trackball.
Trackball.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I have one of those too.
So, thank you.
There you go.
So that's what it is
Yep.
right there. Oh, and one other item. The only other item that I bought so far.
You'll have to get a 9-volt.
Oh, one of Elizabeth's computers.
Oh, the pink
That's right.
CoCo. Yeah.
It's a pink CoCo that Elizabeth actually signed for the show.
Holy
And
crap,
this
she
is
has neat
gonna go-
handwriting.
Yes, she does. And that's going to go to my daughter. So don't tell her. I hope she's not watching the show.
You'll have to get a
Okay.
9-volt transformer for your trackball there, Paul.
So thanks for, thanks. I appreciate it, Brian. And thanks for the patience, guys. But that's
Yeah, if you
one of
need the
items I
exact
wanted to
specs,
share.
I actually have the Wyco stock one that it came with when you bought it from Wyco Direct. So I
Okay,
can let you know if
perfect.
you need it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, this is the showroom floor as you walk in. They have the table set up with selling all different sorts of swag. So they got really cool swag this year. They have all different hats here. Theme of the show this year is the Tandy 1000. So they've got Tandy 1000 hats, T-shirts. They've got these are really cool. These are nice. These are hoodies. They have some Tandy assemblies last year, and also some additional T-shirts.
Do you know, do they sell the T-shirts separately too? Like you can just order them online if you weren't to the show or something? Or?
I think there's a way that you can buy them online. I don't know if they have a store set up, but I think if you contact Tandy Assembly at gmail.com, they can figure out how to get them to you.
Okay.
So
Does he have a 56 Edsel out in the parking lot with the trunk open?
No. So yeah, I'll take you guys through the exhibits real quick. So this is kind of neat. They've got a little mini Model 3, Model 4 here.
Oh, cool.
So
There you go,
really
Nick. That's
neat.
what you need for developing your further Model 1 and 3 games.
That's it. That's
This
right.
is the retro store. They've got Tris.io. They did a presentation earlier. So this is Arno Pooter's exhibit from earlier. He did a really nice talk. So got on this side, I don't know all the tables. They don't have name tags on all the tables. So if you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Look at that clear case.
Yeah, clear case
Wow.
Model 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a clear case Model 1. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
So this actually, what's interesting about this is a completely brand new Model 1 with off-the-shelf parts. So there's a gentleman here that does a repro keyboard for it, as well as repro case, as well as repro motherboard. So everything in this is completely off-the-shelf, modern reproduction Model 1.
Cool.
Really
Even
neat,
the power
really
supply.
neat setup.
Could you use
So,
a Model 1 brick on it?
You could, but they do have, there's the power supply for it.
But he's made one. Nice.
Yeah, he's made one. So really, really neat setup.
Now, does that black and white or is it color output?
Oh, I'm sure it's black and white, Ron.
Oh, okay.
It's completely 100% faithful
Model 1.
reproduction of the
Oh,
original
okay.
Model 1.
Model 1.
All right.
Yep. And then over here on this side, we've got some telephony set up. I haven't had a chance to look at this exhibit too closely to know exactly what they're doing with it. It's got a data terminal 1 set up here with a modem. They were playing with the phone system last night, making calls and sending data back and forth between the terminals. So it's kind of neat. Back over on this side. So this is
More
Elizabeth's
pink
exhibit.
CoCos.
Yeah, so she's got
Pink and
lots.
purple. Yum.
Yep, really cool stuff. Amy brought a purple one, so she's got a purple setup. There's
She's playing them.
yeah, exactly. These are kind of hard to see, but these are some pink signs that I made this year that the girls got from me. This is Neil's setup. So he's got a Model 1000.
I see Rick sitting there too.
Got his Gamester. Yep. So hang on one second. I got my son with me this weekend. Can you say hi, Deck?
Hi.
You're live on CoCoNation. He's having a blast. We went to the Air Force Museum on Thursday and he loved it. So this is Rick Adams setup. Hey Rick, you're on with CoCoNation. Everybody say hello, Rick.
Oh,
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Rick.
Read the top line of his monitor. What's it say?
It says Rick Adams Laboratories, third planet from the sun. Tandy Assy 2024.
Well located.
Great.
He's got a menu set up for all his different games and programs and whatnot. Over here to the side is a little custom 3D printed sign I made for Rick, specifically for him, honoring his Temple of Ram game.
That was very nice.
Oh, you're welcome. Any questions for Rick, guys? All right, we'll continue.
Did he survive the storm okay? Like, he didn't have any car damage or anything? Because he went through a pretty nasty storm to get to the show.
They were asking Rick if you had any storm damage or any troubles getting here from the
Terrific storm.
Yeah.
Feel white nothing rock. Basically, the storm hit when I crossed the Ohio border, and it added about 3 hours to my trip because I was in slow lane right behind a semi. White knuckle. And, visibility was practically nothing, and I was the whole way through Ohio.
Oh wow. Well, glad you got here safely.
No problem at all.
It's great to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't envy the folks that traveled yesterday. Over on this side of the room, we have it's a relay and crystal computer. Makes a lot of clicking sounds. This just came in this morning. I haven't had a chance to look at it too closely, but they got a little turtle bot being controlled by it. So I'll come back over here later to take
When you say crystal computer, it doesn't run on electricity?
no, there's electricity definitely connected.
Because crystal radios didn't use,
Yeah, I think the technology is a little bit different, but I'll ask them when they're back over here for more details on that run.
Okay.
Over here on this side is Ian Mavric's table. He's got the right stuff, and these are all different boards that he sells for the TRS-80 models, including the CoCo. There's one of his repro floppy disk controllers here. There's his diagnostics cartridge.
Yeah, he's got an R32 pack too, I think.
This is the JDOS cartridge.
I was looking at that bag behind the counter there that says Coles, and I recognized it. I thought, that's one of our supermarkets. So I was wondering what that's doing there. The
So
fact
Dick,
is
you'll
that
get
in Mavric,
you'll get a chuckle out of this. One of the auction items just before I hopped on was three things of Tim Tams, and they went for I think $80. So
holy cow!
Actually, we got Tim Tams in Canada now. They're sold at Costco.
Gotcha. So people definitely love those here, and they always go for a high price in the auction. So yeah, he's got a bunch of different boards. He's got his high-res graphics boards for Model 3 and Model 4. So a lot of neat stuff.
That a mini Model 1 there, or a case for one?
Oh yeah, this is I'm not sure, that looks like it's a resin print. I'm not sure who did that. Somebody must have given it to you. I don't know what it's for, Ron. It's just the top. I'd have to ask Ian. He's running the auction at the moment.
He's running the auction, yeah.
Yeah, but that looks kind of cool. Off to the side here, I'm not sure who this is, but it's a 64K color.
Oh, Steve Leninger signed it too.
Steve is signing lots of computers this weekend. So I met Steve last night. I actually sat next to him at dinner, had a great conversation. Super personable guy, super nice, answering a lot of questions, and he's really enjoying the show from what I can tell. The other thing too, for folks that might remember the original Tandy Assembly 2017, Don French was the keynote. He was also instrumental in producing the Model 1. He's here this weekend as well. So seeing, Steve and Don interact and not having seen each other for many years has been great. So
yeah, they were interacting during Steve's keynote this morning, I saw.
Yeah, that's right. So if you guys have any questions for them, please let me know. Over on this side, we've got Brendan Donahue and his daughter. They're set up with the PiKey, and he's got a bunch of different solutions here for the MC10, which is really cool.
Ask Brendan if he's ordered the new game Them that just got announced yesterday.
So, hey, Brendan, I've got CoCoNation on, and Curtis was just asking if you've ordered the new Them game that was released yesterday.
No, I have not.
Okay.
It was developed using his PiKey. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Yeah. So Brendan is aware that it was, based on the PiKey. So he's looking forward to checking it out. So Brendan's got a lot of great stuff set up here. Yep. It means you're hard at work and innovating, which we love. So very cool. Over here on this side, we've got some Tandy 1000 setups with a few games that are playable. We've got Cloud9. It's another sign that I did for Mark Burlett. So it's so illuminated signs that I did. So Mark's got all his usual setup here. Over here, we've got, this is Bill Bright, right? And Bill's got a bunch of different TRC setups. Looks like he brought the 8-inch models this year, Model 16 and a Model 2. This table here, this is Jake Fruity, and he's the one that did, when we were over at the table around the corner that had the clear TRC Model 1. So he did the keyboard. So this is the Model 3 Repro keyboard for the Model 1, or this is the Model 3 version of it.
Is that heavy?
So no, it's very light.
Is it?
About the heaviest part is the metal frame that keeps it all together. I'd say maybe 10, 12 ounces. It's maybe not quite a pound. That's the Model 4 version of it. They got power supplies. This is a Repro power supply for the Model 1. And this is using Ian Mavric's design. Here's the Model 1 Repro motherboard outside of the case with the Model 1 keyboard Repro. So that's what this looks like. And again, it's 100% just off-the-shelf components. And you're able to build your own brand new one today. Over on this side, we've got Randy Kinting's table. He's got Floppy Days podcast for those folks that are not aware.
Yeah, he just had an interview with Steve as well. He released recently. So
that's right. He did a really good interview with Steve. And actually, there's some talk of Steve and Don doing an interview together with Randy as a follow-up. So
that'd
Randy's
be cool.
got a Model 1 set up here. This is just Bert, and Bert did talk on PiKey computers, and he's got the full line of PiKey computers here that Tandy and Radio Shack produced.
They got FujiNet on them too now?
Yeah, I don't think so, Ron.
I don't think so either, but
that would be neat, but
yeah,
not quite yet.
They're pretty sharp, them guys.
Yeah, flip back over to the other side. Not sure what this table is. Looks like they're working on an 8-inch. This might be Model 16. Yep, it's Model 16. I'm not sure what they're doing to it. Looks like some repair work or some expansion card work.
Oh, that's a 68,000 board.
Yeah. As many folks.
That's a 1200, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the case off?
I think so.
I got a couple of those.
There's a CoCo setup here, a white CoCo 2 with a multi-pack.
With Dagger.
One of our favorites. So, it's an old Model 4D, it looks like. Yep. So lots of different cool stuff here. This side here, this is Matt Macy and Boise Pete, and they're kind of reproducing what they did at BCF Midwest with some additions to the Nitrous 9 line. So I think you guys remember this from BCF Midwest coverage. But
yeah, they had the Foenix at CoCo Fest too, though I think it wasn't quite as far along.
Yep. So they're doing some great work with that here. So we're live with CoCoNation, guys.
Hello.
There's Boise.
Ron said hello to Boise.
Yeah.
This here is the PortaCoCo. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, him and his son both made it to the show, didn't they?
Yep, they did. So they've got their battery-powered CoCos.
Did they say they had a new version or something?
So Have you seen the MC10 version of it?
Maybe that's it.
So the MC10 with the joystick ports on it. It's got the battery on the side, the flip down screen. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Microcolor Turbo 2.
Turn back around. You guys remember this gentleman
There's
here?
John.
John Strung.
I saw his
CoCoNation,
speech
from
last night,
Origins.
actually, on interfacing with the CoCo too.
They were talking about your speech last night. Congratulations and nice job on that. So he's got his Pi 400 case here. And he's also got a couple other.
Is that the GID one?
I don't know, Ron. He's asking
Glow in the dark.
GID. Oh, this is a glow in the dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are glow in the dark.
Make it dark.
Yeah, I wish. Turn the lights off so we can see it glow. Oh, there you can see it, Ron.
Yeah, there you go.
Pretty cool. But you can see it glow there.
Uranium-238 works every time.
He's got a bunch of different cartridge cases, repro cases here as well. You guys probably recognize this display. This is the Tech Function folks in it through CoCo. And they were
got some right here.
Yep,
me too.
Plenty of joysticks, Atari style. They've got, I'm not sure if people have seen this one yet. This is their analog Tandy joystick that they've got now. Really nice job on it. These guys do great work. All the different coasters that they've got, 3D printed. The magnets as well. So really neat. They got the shelf system for your monitor. So set up a piece of wood between these two 3D printed ends and save a monitor on it. And then over here, I recognize this gentleman, Jim Breen. Say hi to CoCoNation. So he's got his setup. He's got a bunch of different boards. This is a really neat setup that he's got here. So he's got his model. Is this 100? Yep. Connected to the this video interface. So
what's the monitor number?
So this is an RGB Magnavox 80. Yeah, that's right, Ron. So so it's NTSC running into that. Yep.
Yeah.
So floppy disks and video expansion for Model 100.
Yeah, that's
He's also got the printer up. Yeah. Oh, this is what the monitor stand looks like with the ends and the piece of wood in the middle. That's a really neat setup.
Oh yeah.
So you got the bookends on the side, and it just all screws together. So, neat setup there. It looks like Jim's also got some pocket computer stuff here as well. And he's got a bunch of his various boards. Yeah, so he's got a symphony board. He's got, looks like his MIDI boards. So flash pack, so a bunch of different stuff, wide variety.
And David Ladd will be asking where the 16 slot multi-pack thing is, but
Hi, Sloopy!
This is another exhibit we have here at Candy Assembly this year.
Sloopy's an exhibit.
It's a waxwork of Sloopy.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the temperature in there?
It's not too bad. It's about 70 degrees. It's a comfortable run. Yeah.
So they got a zoo there.
CoCoNation. So over here, there's the various Model 100, 200, and 600 102s. So really neat stuff over on this side.
Are those Tootsie Rolls?
Yeah. Do you want one, Ron? I'll ship it to you.
Oh man.
Put that in my pocket and send it.
Yeah.
Sent it to Arizona.
To Arizona.
Another CoCo setup. He's doing. So it looks like he's got the CoCo DAC 16 in there. So he's playing audio through there. He's also got one of Ed Snyder's PSG cartridges in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, playing some music when it's not so loud in here. Over on this side, we were having fun with this last night. We've got a wide variety of
Doom
x86 CoCos. Yeah, so we're playing Network Doom last night. So we've got 3 of them networked together, and we're having a lot of fun drinking beer and playing those. This is Pete Sapinski's setup, and he's got the ArcNet and the network controllers for the classrooms. We've got
Yeah, I got one on the right.
Yeah,
there.
neat stuff. So a lot of really neat stuff that, probably Pete only is the only person that's got some of this stuff anymore.
Yeah, Ken Waters and I got to play with the network too with a couple of CoCo ones at the Vintage Geek Museum in Tennessee.
Then this gentleman here on this side, he's got CP300, which I think was repro the video genie maybe.
Oh yeah, that PortaCoCo. That's one of the Brazilian clones.
Yeah, yep, exactly. There's dust covers. So this looks like, what is this? This is Color Computer Classic. So that would be like the white and gray CoCo. That looks like. So these are custom made.
Those guaranteed not to get sticky.
Yeah, they're it's actually a cloth material run.
Yeah.
It's really nice. That's stitched together. So CP400 color. You guys recognize that?
Yeah, that's a second version with the better keyboard too.
Yep.
Oh God, Grant's there.
Yeah.
Grant.
Okay, give me one. Let me finish up here. All right, John wants to say some other words, so as soon as I finish up here, I'll go back and revisit John. This is a gentleman that's selling a lot of different variety of computers, so he repairs TRS-80 computers and makes them available here at the show for sale. Has great prices on. I tried to get my hands on his Model 12, but it went Friday night before I could even put an offer on it. So, and then my table, probably the best table out of the whole show.
Oh, for sure.
So this is my setup here. So
a lot of eye candy there.
Yeah, so I've got a bunch of 3D printed signs that light up that I'm offering. It's a little 3D printed CoCo screen, like a cursor that I'm selling. Dungeons of Daggerith, Tron sign. I've got some of my projects here. I probably recognize that case, Curtis.
Yes, I do.
CoCo mouse that Mark Overhoser and David Ladd worked on. I got my CoCo joystick USB adapter. Got a few of them that I brought here. I'm gonna make some more available on the Tandy site. Got the keyboard USB adapter, some of the 3D printed stuff. This is a version of the CoCo Potato. It's a DIN soldering aid that allows you to solder DIN connectors without getting your hands burned. Holds them nice and secure. One of my proto boards does can do various size ROMs, 24, 28 pin ROMs, this extension of 40 pin bus, as well as Pro Micro there.
So Paul, why don't you name some of your stuff after famous Italians like they have all that stuff from down south? Yeah.
I'm not that creative.
Oh, geez.
So this here is a little 3D printed keyboard case that I put together. And this was just kind of to show off how the keyboard adapter can be used. So I pull that out. So
that would be great for Paul's computer that he had made. He didn't have anything for his extended keyboard, and that would be perfect for it.
Yeah, it would be neat. So it's got the keyboard in there with that's Rick's key fix upside down.
Oh yeah.
Extended light for that. So it plugs into the keyboard adapter and then into the Pi here.
That's nice.
Again, just a quick prototype that I did for the show.
Do you have a financing department too?
No. And then just have a CoCo set up here, playing some games and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, Ed Snyder's keyboard in it too.
Yeah, that's what I want, Ed Snyder's keyboard. So
yeah,
I've got those
and lights
with a couple different things.
Lights.
So
purple.
Yeah, so I've got some cooling fans in there, and I've got some LED lighting and all different sorts of neat stuff in there. So yeah, it's a neat little setup.
It is the best table of the show.
And Gimme X is
oh yeah.
So that's pretty much the showroom floor, guys. actually just had somebody come over and yell at me saying my voice was carrying, which I don't know how that's possible, even pretty loud. So John had a couple other things he wanted to say. Do we have a few more minutes to talk to John, guys?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to encourage people to come to things like here as well.
A little
Because there's
choppy.
a lot of going on. That they actually have a project that maybe have CoCo Apple guys showing up to show the product they have. So it's very useful, even though, and maybe a little slightly minority, Tandy Assy, the CoCo guys,
Yep.
to come here. A lot of energy going on and cross learning. It's different than a VCF type thing a little bit because it's more focused on, of course, Tandy the color. We're getting reputable guys showing up the other there, but I want to encourage you, especially if you live anywhere near your area, Tandy, so we come.
Sure thing. I agree, John. So if you guys couldn't hear, John was basically encouraging more CoCo folks to come to Tandy Assembly because of all the cross-pollination that happens across all the different systems. And, you know, it gets great exposure for the Tandy and the color computer line. So if you guys are in the area, definitely strongly encourage you to come to future events.
People were saying, like, I didn't know the computer that.
Yeah.
And I try to do this very high level. Yeah, so I think we got as well. We have.
I agree. So thank you very much, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me.
Yep,
I might have to
absolutely.
repeat some of what he said there, Paul. We had trouble hearing him.
Pretty choppy.
Yeah. So he was surprised at the number of people that came up to him after his presentation that we're talking about that they didn't know how much you could interface with the CoCo. But basically, he was saying he strongly encourages more CoCo people to come to the event where either it's predominantly Z80 and Tandy TRS-80 folks, but he said, you know, in the future, if more CoCo folks can get to the show, it'd be great. So
I do plan on
that's pretty
attending
much-
once my retirement goes through, which should be just a couple years, I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is my second one this year. I did VCF Midwest earlier the month, and I'm planning to be at CoCo Fest, but you are kind of limited to the number 10 to 10. They're not cheap. I've been selling a little bit of product at the table, which is great. It helps offset the expense a little bit. But yeah, it's been a good event so far. A lot of great. Energy
It looks
and-
bigger than I remember seeing pictures of it last year. So
Yeah, there's easily a couple hundred people here, so it's a good turnout.
So Paul, if it's handy, we did have a question in the chat on that network 2. What sort of power supply came with it? If you're
The
handy over
network
by
2.
those where those two network controllers were.
So the ones on Pete's table.
I don't think they had a power supply, did they?
See, I think he's wondering, was it a brick? Was it just a plain power cord, or over to the right?
yeah, the two ones with the
black-
dials there.
The black
Yeah.
one.
Oh yeah. Don't know.
So that was
So this one's
No,
got
the
its
other one,
own
the other
belt.
two further right.
next.
Those,
two
yeah.
guys.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
So it looks like they've got a
No power.
5
Oh, there
pin
is a
in.
power.
So it looks like it would have been the power supply used in the Model 1.
Possibly.
Gotcha.
That would be my guess.
Does it say power? I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, it said PWR.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Five,
Ryan.
5 pinned in.
And-
So
And
PW.
it's a den,
Yeah.
so yeah.
yeah, and Tandy liked to reuse what they already had whenever
Yeah.
they could. So
Makes sense.
would make the assumption that a Model 1 power supply would work in that.
Yeah.
So we got a hot item on the auction table right now. It's a
Ooh,
Model 2000. It's a 2000. I bid is 550.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, I remember the one we had at CoCo Fest a few years back went for a pretty good price too.
$550.
I got one.
So yeah, any other questions, guys, or anything else you wanted to see?
I saw a chat question, someone asking about Model 1 expansion interfaces, and I think we just passed one that was like homemade.
Yeah, so
Handy.
there's so this is a Model 3. This is a Maze. And Peter Bartlett makes this. This is a custom case. I don't think this is Peter's table. I haven't seen him here yet. But he also makes a Mize, which is a Model 1 expansion. I mean, I don't know if there's any.
There
here.
goes one.
Whoa,
What is that?
whoa,
We just
We just
passed.
passed it.
There's a Model
White
1
box.
with something attached to it.
This one here?
Yeah.
So it looks like, I'm not quite sure what's in here. So there's power supply. It's like
I mean,
some
it's got
sort of.
They must
cards
have
that
a
plug
bus.
into a bus.
So
And
there's
the
a
bus
disc,
goes across
disc
the
bus
front.
and a printer bus.
So it is an expansion interface, basically, for a Model
Yeah, I'm
1.
not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. That's
Cool.
homebrewed.
Someone made one.
I don't know whose table that is, but it's definitely homebrewed.
But that's a lot of effort. They built the backplane and everything.
Right?
Yep, they did.
You think
There's
it was
no-
commercial?
Or is
No.
that a like an S100 bus expander?
No, it looks
I'm
like
going to
it's got
guess
the
where it's
skill-
at. It's a Model 1.
Yeah.
I mean, looks like it
that
comes with-
part plug into Model 1, but the cards, are they like,
Oh, the
I wonder
cards.
if they're like a standard S100 bus
Or
card or something.
S50 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 50 pin.
Holmes. Who's Holmes?
Motherboard. Yeah.
I'll have to
MF1.
find out more information on it. This is something I'm not familiar with. So.
Okay.
Back through. Any other questions, guys?
None for me. Did you have anything else in the auction you need to bid on?
I was thinking about bidding on that Model 2000 that just went for $550, but that's out of my price range.
Right? I would have been thinking about that.
I just
too.
want to make sure we're not holding you back. That's what I.
No, you're not. So, but we've got for CoCo people, we've got. I mean, obviously, you saw John Strong. We've got Grant here. John Lowry's here. Neil Blanchard, John Linville,
Boise Pete. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a good turnout for some CoCo folks.
Is
The
Mikey
PortaCoCo
there?
guys, Charlie and his dad.
Yep. And there's a huge lot that they auction. I'll come over to the side here. And
Yeah, I've seen a
They
few of
still
the
got a bunch of
Glenside
stuff
people
on the
there
table.
too. So
It's more than anything case. That is Radio Shack's official carry case for the Model 1. Fits in the front and the power supply and tape deck fits in the back. They sold them as a pair with a similar one that held the original binder carried around.
The only one I can understand what he's saying.
How strong
what's that? What's that, Nick?
He's speaking his language.
Oh,
Nick can understand them.
yeah, I couldn't hear you. It was very loud.
okay, cool. Well, thanks for taking us on the tour.
Yeah, no problem.
You did a great job.
Thanks, Ron.
Appreciate it.
I see your upcoming projects on your screen there too.
Hey, Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it's still work in progress. We'll see. If not by Halloween, then maybe CoCo Fest.
You didn't say which Halloween.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
I got to stop working on other projects like 3D printed signs and hardware and all that stuff. So, all right, guys. Well, I'll let you guys get back to the show. Thanks for letting me.
Yeah,
hop
we'll
on
let you
and
get back to your
the-
show.
Sounds good. Take care, guys. Let me know if you have any other questions.
Yeah, shall do. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, I guess ready for some news.
Well, actually, I've got an update that actually is based on conversation we had earlier in the show here from David Craker. A quick update for his light gun adapters because somebody was asking about still being able to buy them, right? And he said hopefully by this fall, he's hoping to send off for another batch of boards. He's got another project he's working on, and he's going to try to do an order for both sets of boards at once. And then he will make more. And he also released the board design after his next batch sells out so that people can get them made themselves. And he said, I'm watching the show while mowing the lawn, but I'm a bit behind live. So yes, he is making some more. There'll be another batch coming out, and that's probably the last batch he'll make himself. But he will be releasing the files so that people can order their own. If somebody else wants to take over manufacturing, I'm sure they can arrange it with him too. Because I think the actual Sega Master System light guns are actually not that hard to find and not super expensive on the web. I've never really looked lately.
Right.
Okay, so did you want me to go into news, or do you want a break before we hit it? Because it's another hour.
Yeah, okay, let me do a commercial break. All right, let me do this one here.
Hello, this is Mark Siegel, product manager for the Color Computer product line and designer of the Tandy Color Computer 3. And I'm proud to be a citizen of the CoCoNation.
Shall we play a game?
Making games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Go to my CoCo Games website at www.nickmarentes.com for information and pricing of my later games, as well as downloads of many of my older games.
CoCo 2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo 2's expandable, so easily commandable. It's programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo 2 do what you want to do.
CoCo 2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo 2, do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo 2.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, you guys should be seeing the Retro SC ad webpage. Assuming I shared the right window. Okay, to just go through some shows. So there's a couple things happening this weekend. Obviously, Tandy Assembly is going on, and thanks again to Paul Fiscarelli for taking us on a tour. The other one that's happening, it's just starting right now, is the International Computer Club that the Amigos put on every so many months. And I will be on the show later tonight after the CoCoNation is done, basically to talk about Nick's game Hero and Paul Shoemaker's game, Lab Hunt. So we'll be kind of presenting those and also talking a bit about the semi-graphics and basic stuff too. So obviously those are going on today. So if you guys can catch the one on YouTube, and they have been streaming all the seminars live for the Tandy Assembly. And there's a bunch of the Tech Talk ones they did on yesterday on Friday. The keynote from Steve this morning is up there already. And I'm not sure what other presentations they have today, but basically they've been live streaming all of them, which is nice. So that's us who can't make it down there can actually watch them live. So going past that, if you're interested in watching the International Computer Club, you can just go to the Amigos Retro Gaming channel on YouTube. Here's some previous meetings that they've had. I think I heard they had 7 presentations, and I'll be one of the last ones. So, but there's a bunch of stuff covering other retro computers and stuff too. So if you're a general retro computer enthusiast, there's definitely a lot of cool stuff you'll be able to watch on the show today. In fact, if you get bored with me reading the news, you can just hop over there right now and just skip me and start watching the show live.
All right, I'm there.
The next show after those two is a Dragon Meetup, October 12th to 13th at the Museum of Technology in Cambridge, England. And this is the annual meetup for all Dragon 32, Dragon 64, and their hardware cousins, which means it includes CoCos and Alice's and even some other 6809 machines like the Thompson MO7 and MO8. And that's always a good time. We try to get some live footage or at least some photographs from the event on our show as well. Of course, people like Karen and Stuart Orchard and others that we've actually had on the show before are also frequent guests to this too. So look forward to seeing everybody at the show. That's actually just a couple weeks away now. And the big one for the UK, which is kind of their equivalent of VCF, that's the Retro Computer Festival, which is November 9th and 10th at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England, literally just a couple blocks from the Dragon one. And this is basically the largest show in the UK, covers all retro machines, retro home consoles, gaming consoles, retro computers, electronics, etc. And they've got the listings here for the 2 days. Now, they've actually started releasing some of the exhibitor lists. This is not complete, and they say that up front, but they've actually got a list of some of the people that will be attending and having tables. So for those audio listeners who can't see the screen that I'm sharing, I'll just list a couple of them here. The Big Red Arrow Club, which is a group of like-minded YouTubers, and they put in parentheses, that is to say they're all a bit weird, who enjoy tinkering and expressing their love for vintage hardware and software. So they'll be bringing stuff from their own personal collections and showing that off. They got John Newcomb celebrating some of the self-build systems available from the 1970s and 80s, so kind of like the early kit ones. He's going to have a genuine non-original 44-year-old Acorn System 3 and some 6809 machines built last year. So that has a bit of a tie to us. It'll be interesting to see what that has. John Brown will be doing some stuff on Unix. Jonathan Plant is bringing backwards compatible, a selection of machines that worked really hard at being backwards compatible with their predecessor and consequently suffered with having much less native software than they deserved. I can think of a few. And he's mentioned one of them I thought of right off the bat, the Commodore 12018. He's also got the BBC Master. Stephen Usher will be showing stuff about the Sinclair QL, which, if I remember, that's their 68,000 based color system that did not sell all that well.
68,008.
So it was the 8-bit bus crippled
8-bit
version
bus.
of the 68,000. It's like an 8088 compared to an 8086. Tony Jewell will be there, and his description, I have to read this out literally. So green, so very, very green. The Dragon may have become some of the greenest games out there, and this year Tony is going to celebrate the reason why. The Motorola MC6847. This low-budget graphics chip has actually found a surprising number of machines, and he's going to see how many of them he can fit onto one table. Bring sunglasses.
Perfect.
Now, of course, as we know from a story we covered some months ago, green is a soothing color, so it's actually healthy to view green screens. Edward, I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce this right, Goranskish, is bringing programmable calculators from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, including a Soviet Electronica MK series. So that's cool. He also show you how to program these devices and how to play games on them. Tom Williamson will be doing Wi-Fi Sheep, which is the final in a series Tom's been running on YouTube called Going GUI, showcasing early and pioneering point-and-click graphical interfaces. I wonder if multi-view will be in there. And he mentions specifically the Windows 3.x, GEOS, the C64, a little known GUI for the original Acorn BBC Micro Model B. Nick Chester will be taking us on a journey through home computing from around 85 to the turn of the century. Stephen Clement will be doing development kits, microprocessor-based architecture on a microcontroller designed for machine learning and sensor integration. Spencer Owen is doing some retro computer kits based on the Z80. I will say Z80 because it's a UK show. And it has demos about CPM Basic, etc., and some assembly code. Tim Gilberts, whom we've had on the show before as well. He's the author of, what the heck was that adventure game engine? What? Quiver? Something like that? No, I might be remembering that wrong. Quill? I can't remember. Tim, if you're in the chat, you can correct me. But he's going to be talking about Heathkit. That was very active in the UK, which I did not realize, and brought their microprocessor trainer in 1977, computer kits like the AH in 1978, and the iconic all-in-one H89 for winter of 79. And he was definitely involved selling stuff back in, the revolution of home computing back in that time period. Pete Golding will be showcasing some of the early home computing machines people made when they had a lot of talent but little money. That sounds like right up my alley. Oh, except for the soldering part. DOS Fox is showing some reverse engineered Apple computer, the Macintosh Plus. Roy Templeman will be showing basically the switch from the original home kits that had toggle switches like the Altair, etc., then to hex pads, then to keyboards. So doing the early home stuff, the obvious stuff. John Metcalf, celebrating 40 years of Core War. Pixel Addict, of course, is the magazine that we had them guest on our show recently as well, and they had their Tandy special, which I actually received 2 copies of, so I'm going to be bringing one to the next CoCo Fest here, and I'll make it a door prize or something that somebody can take it and kind of read the British perspective on the history of Tandy. Chris Audie and Owen Randall, bringing along original Acorn Systems 1 and 2s. Atari Invasion. This is a group of retro enthusiasts about the Atari brand, obviously, but from the Netherlands coming to visit. Flame Lily Retro Store, new stuff for old tech, including a bunch of things like Blue Scuzzy and PiKey and others. Neil Crook will be demonstrating the 19-era NASCOM 2, which he built as a teenager. Quasar Colin Pigot will be showing some Sam Coupe stuff, also some stuff for the ZX Spectrum. Anyway, there's a bunch more, and like I said, this isn't even the full list yet. So looks like they're going to have a lot of good exhibits there, and a wide variety of stuff from the the ancient mid early 70s kit computers up through the the home computer revolution in the late 70s, early 80s, and then of course the British slant and all that as well, and then even stuff up till like the year 2000. It looks like, so should be an interesting show. So if you're in the Cambridge area in November, definitely would be worth checking out, I think. Plus the museum it's being held at, it's worth checking out all on its own. Next up, and we kind of showed this at the beginning of the segment here, the Retro SC. This is the retro computer show in Brazil that we've actually had guests on the last few years. They've been holding this. It's in 48 days and 18 hours, coming up quick. And as we mentioned before, if you do decide to go there, obviously English is a second language, but there are definitely people like Erico that speak English quite well. And most of the others, like Luciana and the others, actually understand it and can speak it semi-well themselves. So if you want to go there and you don't understand the native language, you got plenty of people there that can help you out. And of course, they'll be displaying all the CoCo clones that Brazil had, like CP 400s that we just saw at the Tandy Assembly, Kodamaxes, and a bunch of other machines as well. So that should be a lot of fun. And then a couple that I don't have a screen to show you yet, but VCF East has been announced for April 4th to 6th at the Info Age Space Museum in Wall, New Jersey. And VCF Southwest in Texas is now booked as well, June 20th to the 22nd at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas in Dallas. And that is one I'm going to try to attend, and I think Brian's going to try to attend too, and we might even carpool. We both can swing it at the time, so might be able to go to that one. Anyway, that's it for the shows upcoming for now. So let's switch over. Do you guys want regular news next, or do you want game news? Regular news it is.
That's what I like.
So let me switch over here. And of course, the first story in the regular news is about a game. So you kind of get both. Okay, so Coco Town, as his Tandy stuff, has basically been doing anything but the Moon Patrol game that he's working on. So he's covered a bunch of stuff he wrote as a middle schooler. And his latest video is along the same line. And it's, as he says, it's his 8-bit childhood. And this is his earliest attempts at writing arcade games in BASIC. And I guess to mixed results is probably the best way to describe it. I'll play a little bit of the intro here because he's always, got a great sense of humor about all this kind of stuff, but definitely check it out.
Tandy. Last time I took a trip down my Tandy memory lane and explored some of my earliest and fairly embarrassing attempts at making programs. Today we're going to do something similar, but the theme is arcade games. We're going to start off with the very first game I ever finished, adequately named Enemy.
I'll play just a little bit of this and I'll stop it before he gets
Use
into
your
the
right
other
joystick to move across the bottom of the screen. Avoid being hit by the falling bomb. Try to hit the bomb as you get to, if they hit you, you can steer. But be careful because sometimes you hit a bad bullet and it goes right through the bomb. This is how I decided to fix a bug, is by making it into a feature. Sometimes the bullet just goes right through the bomb. So I just made that be part of the game.
This is the same technique you use, Nick, isn't it?
Do a one-player game. Start with a one-shooter. Well, I don't like being timed. All right, so here I am on the bottom. And gotta line myself up with the bullet. Oh, this is harder than I remember. Oh, geez.
Will he hit a ship? Will he die? You'll have to watch the video and find out. But anyway, I was going to ask, I think most of us who did any basic programming, we wrote stuff like this. I found it amusing to actually use text characters instead of just the straight, semi-graphics, but it kind of works. But I remember writing like little mini Space Invaders games where, because in basic, you don't have enough speed to make a whole fleet of them going across unless you really know what you're doing. So yeah, if you have like one or two enemies type thing. I had one version where you had a whole bunch of stationary aliens that never moved, and you had to clear the whole board of them, but you had one little guy on the bottom that was firing at you constantly. So yeah, that was the way to make it somewhat challenging.
And I bet we all had the same glitch where after you'd written the game, you'd played it so many times, you had the timing down and you didn't need, the graphics discontinuity, if you speak, didn't matter. But now you go back and try to play it and there's no way you can play it because you haven't memorized all the timings that you developed along the way. Those are gone. And now
that's
no
the problem
one can play it.
You being the only beta tester for your own game is that you get so used to, what the ins and out of the code are and exactly what is going to happen in the background that you can anticipate. Oh, and Tim Gilbert's verified in the chat. Yes, it was Quill. That's his adventure generator that he's talked about in our show at the last Dragon Meetup, I think, or last CoCoNation Dragon Meetup. And of course, if you want to see another version of Space Invaders done by a famous in his own mind programmer, Nick Mendes, of course, had his 4K Space Invaders that he wrote in BASIC for the 4K challenge that the contest never actually finished. But that one had a full fleet of moving invaders, so he did quite well on that one. I should also mention, we were talking last week that after Nick released the source code for Hero, that some people wanted to take a tackle at making the BASIC run faster, the people that program BASIC a lot more than Nick and I do. In fact, I think if I remember correctly last week, Nick, you mentioned that you found programming BASIC actually is harder than machine language because you're so used to machine language now. And trying to work within BASIC's limitations is like pulling teeth. But anyway, we did get a report that Jim Mullis had actually managed to get some speed ups out of it, but he also created a few bugs along the way, so he has to kind of fix that. And now, Nick, I know you've got a few idiosyncrasies that Buck Owens found that you have to fix up.
Yeah, there was one in particular which did cause a major problem as far as being able to complete the game. So I'm going to have to finish that part of the game, that is. And
yeah, it wasn't a bug. You just hadn't quite finished it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't finished. That's all. I'll finish it. That'll clear that. Plus, I'm thinking I might break my golden rule of not doing any machine code, and I'd like to add one piece of machine code that'll turn on the 6309 in BASIC, so that you at least get a speed up in BASIC. The BASIC interpreter rather would run a little bit faster if it can run in 6309 mode, and that'll give the whole game an overall speed up as well. So I'll call that the version 2. But
yeah,
I'll
and
do
actually that'll speed up even CoCo 1s and 2s, because 639 native mode on there combined with the ROM speed up would add another 10 to 15% probably.
That's right. Yeah. So without changing any code, you'll get a speed up. That's right.
Yeah, and the CoCo 3 should go the equivalent of like 1.78 megahertz to around 2.1 or something.
So
Equivalent.
I'll do that. At the moment, I'm on to another little project, which I'll just got to get a bit done on that before I go back to updating my my hero game. But I will
and
do
teaser, it's not the pinball game. It's something
No,
else.
no, I've got another major breakthrough discovery. Yeah, the usual fantastic.
Holy cow, are you overselling it?
You know, I don't want to bore people with so much amazing achievements, but oh well, that's what it is.
There's just not enough
This
words.
guy knows how to BS, eh?
Yeah. Anyway, if you watch the rest of CoCo Town's video here, you can see the little thumbnail that I'm showing. You can see a Space Invaders. We actually has multiple invaders made of text characters. He even goes through and fixes a bug or two in some of the games. He also did a version of Oregon Trail, sort of, I guess, with some graphics actually added in. Not quite as fancy as the one Paul Shoemaker was working on. And then he's actually got a kind of his version of the combat game from the Atari 2600. And you'll have to watch his video to see what those look like. And, here's explanations about how middle school age CoCo Town was thinking of programming games. Speaking of people that want to write games in BASIC, Micro Game Basic, UG Basic, has been doing some updates. And I did cover them last week, even though they did have some updates last week as well, to both the main branch and the beta branch. The beta branch, of course, has more at this point. Some of it applies to the CoCo and the 6809, so it adds support for CPU prepare, execute multiple times comparison on a 6809. There's some other fixes and stuff for other things as well. Fixed removing unused variables with 689 optimizer, for example. And I think this is also, this would have been just last week as well. So fixed weight for the CoCo, CoCo 3, Dragon 32, Dragon 64. Fix the colors on the VDG. Fixed console Y2 on print graphics under 6847 for the CoCo and the Dragons. I'm not quite sure what that means. And I just haven't had time to really do much of anything trying these things out this last week, so my apologies. And then on the official branch, fix put image routines for multicolor modes under the VIC. And there's some stuff for the C64 and the C128. And then there was a hot fix. So there's fixed loading banks from the Dragon 64 and C64 REU, which I can't remember. That's a special version of the C64, but there is some fixes going around. And that was a hot fix, which that basically means it's kind of a rushed out because a fairly fatal bug was found. So that's pushed out a little bit more robustly than a cold fix does. Next up, Bob Emery with CoCo Strangiato on his YouTube page did a do-it-yourself fog generator, which he thought was a clickbait title. I'll let you guys judge that. I will mute the sound since I believe Bob is still on the call. And did you kind of want to explain what this video is about?
Sure. Basically, hello. Yes. Basically, just kind of discussing the installer that I originally wrote. What I uploaded was a installation disk, not the actual program. You would have to install it on your own system, and it would copy over the appropriate files. So it kind of explains how that worked and how
you were supporting like different hard drive systems and different floppy systems.
Yeah, mainly designed for HDB DOS. But
and you went through some of the code, explaining how the code worked.
Yeah, mainly wanted to show how to generate the data files. There's random access files and sequential files, so kind of see both ways of doing it. Then I
I'll
actually
pause it
run,
here. So this is kind of a screenshot of the installer working.
yeah, actually run the installer on a.
Now, have you fixed this up or updated it for the CoCo SDC yet at this point, or is it, or do you
I've
just have a
done a little
standalone
bit.
SDC version, or how does that work?
I've basically I have a beta version that will not run on HDB DOS or Color Basic, so I'm just going to do separate versions now. I'm not going to have an install disk anymore, so I'll just generate the files manually, and then combine them in a distribution disk separately.
Okay.
But I don't know how much I'm going to pursue the SDC, but maybe. I do have it working with an SDC to where I can at least, read and write to the SDC disks, but I don't have it changing which image it's looking at, which I assume I can do in software. I just don't know, haven't really looked into that yet.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
there's definitely calls you can do to figure out what the names of the disk images are and the directories and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And then I also, had the thought that maybe it would work pretty well with FujiNet as an interface.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I never even thought of that.
Right.
Or DriveWire for that matter.
Yeah.
I do like your one thing we're showing on the screen here where you're running it on a CoCo 3, they're running the original installer. And it mentions like a ROM version, Color Basic 1.2, Extended Color Basic 2.0, Disk Basic 1.1, HDB DOS detected, highest drive numbers 225, 512K RAM detected. Nothing can possibly go wrong now.
Yes.
I call that wishful thinking myself, but
it's funny. I put the ROM or the RAM test in there to determine how much RAM is, but there wasn't really any reason because it runs on 128K.
Well, I guess it might notify somebody who doesn't know what they have, because there's no easy way in BASIC to find out if you have even like 2 or 8 meg. You have no idea.
Yeah. Fun little thing to just throw in, I guess.
Yeah. You know, support for like the Tandy high res mouse adapter and stuff too. So.
Yeah, I think I only actually tried that once. I got a high res adapter sometime in the late 90s, and I did hook that up in color fog, and it seemed like it felt too sluggish because of the high resolution, the mouse movement was just too slow.
You might have to experiment with the one that Sockmaster Nick did, because now you can do that in software. You don't need the high res adapter at all. And from what Sock told me, it's actually a little bit faster than the original high res.
I mean, the algorithm that I use pretty much does that. Which
I'm like your interface doesn't really require pixel perfect.
No, and it's actually and this is something I'll probably be in the next fog video, is going over the joystick algorithms, because it's actually designed like when it reads it massages the number to specifically line up to my buttons.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we did with G Shell when especially in the 640 mode, because you only have 64 positions. That's every 10 pixels. So, and even then, it's not perfect. You can sometimes, because you can make your own button sizes and stuff. You want to draw buttons, and you could make them a little too small, and you can't hit the one in the middle or something.
Yeah, right.
But I'm planning on getting that software high res routine in there, because then I don't have to worry about it anymore. It doesn't matter if you have hardware or not.
I had to go to extra trouble to make sure I could reach the scroll bar on the right side of the screen, because that's why the mouse cursor points to the right instead of the left.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. So this is actually going to be a whole series of stuff on fog. Then you're adding more.
Yeah. Well, this is already part 2. So, yeah, and this is after it finishes installing, then it runs the first thing it does is run the setup on the installed copy, so that you can set your monitor type and palette and stuff.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we look forward to seeing the future episodes where you cover some of the other parts of it as well. You did a pretty good deep dive going into the source code, explaining what some of the lines and stuff do too of the setup utilities. So
Yeah.
a little bit of
Little too
programming.
good. Little too good of a job there. I fast forwarded it 10 times for about 2 minutes.
You've never watched one of these CoCo techs I've been involved with, have you?
Yeah, right. Well,
that'll be hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, everybody go check it out. And if you're a Disk Basic user on a CoCo 3, definitely give ColorFog a check out. It's a really nice looking interface for dealing with files and stuff.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a fun video to watch, just to hear the floppy drive and the GoTech clicking away and doing their thing during the installation process.
Yeah. Now, one thing I want to ask before we go on to the next story here, but I'm trying to remember, does it support discs that are not the strict 35 track single-sided? Like, does it support some of the ADOS extended discs?
I mean, it'll read a 40 track drive just fine. I think I made the file name array up to 72, which would fit on a 40 track drive. And I think it's 68 on a 35 or something like that.
Yeah, if you have all one granule files, you can have a maximum of 68, and 78 on a 40 track drive.
But I think the pie chart is the only thing that would be seriously affected. It's calibrated for 35 tracks.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think it would work with 80 tracks particularly well.
Yeah, unless it's all bigger files, because then you won't have as many entries.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody go check that out. And look forward to some future episodes on ColorFog.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Emulators Retro Gaming finally released the video of all the impromptu interviews that they did on, I think it was on Sunday. But they actually grabbed a couple of us CoCo people, including Henry. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch your own interview on here yet.
No, I didn't even know that was up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they interview you and Ken and me all in a row just to get their proper CoCo quotient in. And so if you want to check that out, but they got to interview a bunch of other people there too. If you want to kind of get a full feel for the show and some of the people that came down and what parts of the retro community they're involved with. And of course, I'll be joining some of them here shortly. Okay, now Wi-Fi Sheep Tech Channel did a Septandy video for the first time ever. This is dealing with the CoCo Pi and running Nitrous 9 under it. And he's kind of new to both of them, so he's kind of learning as he goes along here. And we've actually had him on the show before, too. He's from jolly old England. I'll play just a little bit so you can kind of get an intro for it, and then you can actually watch the full bit. It's almost half an hour.
Wi-Fi Sheep would like to say a huge thank you to all of you that kindly support us.
I'll give him a plug
us
for his
continue to bring new videos like
channel.
this. Join patreon.com/Wi-Fi Sheep from just $1 a month. Hi everyone, how are you doing? And a very warm welcome back to youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep with me, Tom. Before we get into today's video, and assuming you are watching this in September or October, so basically before November 2024, then a quick reminder, I'm going to be at this year's Retro Computer Festival in Cambridge, England. It's happening on November the 9th and 10th, that's a Saturday and Sunday, at the Centre for Computing History, Cambridge, England. Let me just show you the page at time of recording. This is the page for the...
So this is actually what we just talked about here. So you actually saw some live footage from last year's show. So let me fast forward a bit here. Goes a little bit of history of the CoCo, and then he goes into the CoCo Pi project, of course. Which, how many people here on the panel actually have CoCo Pis and, pull down some of the images and stuff from there? Nobody? Nick, I think you have one, but you probably don't use it that often.
I messed with it occasionally.
Oh, you have one, Mark?
Well, I don't have all the extra hardware stuff rigged up. I just run it on my Pi.
Okay. So anyway, he goes through and shows you how to set up the CoCo Pi, how to download the packages, how to go into the Color Computer Archive to grab, the latest, Disk Basic and Nitrous 9 images and stuff that are on there. And then he goes through a little bit of running with Nitrous 9, which he's never ran before. So there was one peculiar thing that was happening, and that's why I was hoping some of the people on the panel here that CoCo Pis might tell me if this is a normal bug or if this is just something else. But when he was trying to run it, and we ran G shell, it was actually doing this weird buzzing noise in the background almost constantly, which I don't know that doesn't do that on real hardware. It does do it in the emulator, so I'm kind of curious if that was a known bug in the Pi version of MAME or something. I'll see if I can find it.
What I would suggest as an experiment is use a real color computer, plug in the cassette port to the mic output to a speaker, amplified speaker, see if it does the same buzzing.
Okay, he won't have a CoCo 3 to run this on because they didn't sell them in England, but
right.
I can't remember where it's.
It's basic, my boot, basic files. You got WAVs, you got audio files. It does support. It'd be surprising actually how many file formats it actually supports. So if we go
there, you can hear it.
We've got games. There's level 1 and level 2 games. That's there was 2 versions of.
So basically, whenever he's updating the screen, it looks like it doesn't do it when it's sitting idle. And I'm not sure. Like I know XWare occasionally has problems with on Windows in particular of doing some buzzing in the background, etc. When your focus is off the XWare window itself.
What doesn't have problems with Windows?
Touche, young man. Honestly, though, it does it on my Mac too. But I'm assuming the guys here that run Linux and have run XOR, that's not an issue. I assume the sound driver works fine. It doesn't have all that weird noise in the background if you're off the focus of the main XOR window.
No, it doesn't cause a problem. But then again, Kieran also wrote XROR in Linux primarily. So
yeah. And I know running even VCC under Wine, I don't get that. That's unique to XOR. So it's probably the way you're interfacing with the sound and the API libraries or something that's a little bit wonky. Anyway, it's kind of cool to see. I actually left him a bit of a comment because I did suggest, of course, I have the key click defaulting on the term window, and he ran G shell from there. So even if you're typing on the term window, it's still active. So I suggested maybe you could try shutting it off. That might be part of the problem. Maybe it's trying to intercept every key press he's doing. I think this is actually a good reason for me, maybe on the next release 1.02, to actually shut key click off on the main term window as a default, rather than having it on. And then I'll just have to teach people who want to turn it on or use it programmatically to be on for a text adventure game or something they're writing that they can do it. I threw it in as a mandatory on term only. W1, W2 are fine, just so that people would be aware of the new features there. But most people, I think, from the user level, the ease of use side of things, rather than programmers, they just don't bother to. Well, they don't read the little notes that come with the thing that tell you how to shut it off. So I probably should just shut it off by default. So I think I'll do that on the next one. This is the page on YouTube for Tandy Assembly. So it's YouTube /@Tandy Assembly 3099/streams. That's where all the live streams go. And this is a snapshot from earlier, but you can see all the stuff they had running yesterday. So there's a Tandy Assembly Tech Talk using a logic analyzer to understand and troubleshoot TRS-80s. There's programming Tandy Pocket computers. Ian did one called From Sophisticated Failure to Unexpected Success in 12 Short Months, which is the journey between the Tandy 2000 and the 1000. Another one was Model 3 and Model 4 floppy disk I/O deep dive. These are part of the tech ones on Friday. The last one of the tech ones on Friday was John Strong, who we just saw live at Tandy Assembly, interfacing with the color computer. And this is basically talking in all the different ways you can interface the hardware, what ports are available, what chips are available, going through the serial ports, the analog joystick ports, the cassette I/O port, the cartridge port, etc. And some of the things that have been done on it before and what kind of stuff you might be able to hook up to it now. This was a really interesting one. It was just this morning. This was the live keynote with Steve Leninger, the creator of the TR City Model 1. And also had Don French in the audience, who was piping in certain spots too, because they were actually worked together, kind of going through his history, how he got into the home computer and the home kit market even before he got to Tandy. He's a fairly long, pre-Tandy history that he went through. And then, getting into the Model 1, et cetera. And then they took questions from the floor as well, which had some pretty interesting questions being asked. So it's definitely worth checking out. It's an hour and 3/4 long. But well worth it if you, especially if you've got a long commute or something. It's a pretty interesting one to listen to. And then the looks like right now live is TRS 80 IO Plus, the Swiss Army knife for TRS 80 enthusiasts. And I don't know too much about that one, but that's actually going on even as we speak. And this is John specifically here. It's about a half hour long. But go check that out, definitely. This next one is a YouTube short, and this was a fairly interesting one. It's from David K 4145, and I don't think that's David Craker. That's the only David K I know. I don't know if anybody else is familiar with this, but he's actually running a Tier City X pad on a CoCo 1 because it doesn't work properly on a CoCo 2 or 3. I think because of voltage. I think it required 12 volts, so you'd have to have at least a multi-pack on there to even get this to run.
Yep.
And he wrote a little basic program for it, just to kind of demo it off. And since it's short, I'll just play the whole darn thing.
This TRS-80X pad is working. I wrote this very simple drawing program. I can only use the top corner of the screen, but I can basically do like a little happy face, give him some hair. Got to go slow so it kind of picks it up. Probably can do it in high resolution graphics, but I have zero clue how to. This is my Mona Lisa. This program will detect where the pen is. Every time I hit the space bar, it'll give me a new reading. So if I go to the top corner with the pen, it should be two small numbers, 8 and 7. Here, 252 and 8. Down here. What's slightly crazy is you don't actually have to touch the paper for it to do a reading. So I'm going to be off of it by a good inch here, and you can tell I'm in that corner, down here. That last number is the pen position. So if it's a 0, I'm pretty far away. Closer, be a 2. And then if I'm touching is when it's 3. This thing must be shooting like dangerous gamma rays. That's kind of pretty cool and distressing too. This TRS-80X pad is working.
So yeah, that's one thing I remember about the X pad, because I did have a couple local club people here at the local color computer club that actually had these. Bill has one now. And the fact that it actually does detect when you're within an inch of touching, and it actually gets a stronger signal or a higher value as you get closer until you're actually touching the paper, because you could actually use it to glide a cursor around so you can see where on the drawing on the screen you are, and then you don't start drawing till you actually press it right down. It's kind of an interesting one because I mean, if you have ever tried to run anything with a koala pad on the CoCo, it's terrible for drawing stuff. It's horrible. And this actually was quite nice, but not cheap. It was more expensive than the computer was. I think it was $500 when it came out.
It was mentioned that you could draw on just a pad of paper, like a legal pad. You didn't have to use individual sheets. That was considered a feature. So,
yeah, but it's a pretty good graphics tablet. It was good, and it's actually an early on. I think it came out in 81 or 82, so it was CoCo 1 era for sure, and fairly early on in it. So.
It was good for what it was. I mean, we had one when I was a kid, and I enjoyed playing with it. It didn't have any, unfortunately, at that time in my life, it didn't have any practical application for me, at least not on the CoCo. But yeah.
Yeah, from what I remember too, it didn't really come with software. I think it came with some sample basic programs, but like you saw there, it has trouble keeping up because basic's slow. And I think you pretty well need a machine language program to actually draw something on it properly.
I have this. And I used it, and I have a video of it on my
cool
Facebook, Ron's Garage somewhere in there.
So what software did you use on it, Ron?
4 or 5. Well, it came with some that you can type in, and then there's a couple on the computer archive that has it.
Mine,
and one works with a 3.
My X-Pad came with one cassette of software.
Yeah,
I have to dig it out, but
yep, I actually drew a color computer on there, I think, in the little video I did.
Okay, cool.
We'll have to
Because
dig it
like it
out.
really needs a machine language driver to properly keep up with, especially on a high
It
res
didn't
screen.
too bad.
Yeah, I've got to
I-
dig mine out. There was
hard to
a way
remember
to
now.
just draw to a P mode screen.
Yeah, it was meant for P mode 4. It's 256 by 192 is
So-
what it's kind of set up
Yeah.
for, at least.
I've got to dig mine out and see if it still loads. Luckily, it's cassette, so it probably will.
Yeah. I know Bill was actually, before he got swamped with work and basically had to disconnect from the CoCo community for a year. Fun of being promoted to manager. But he was actually working on doing an OS9 driver for it, for running under OS9 level 2 on a CoCo 3. Of course, you need a 12-volt multi-pack or a 12-volt added to it or a multi-pack to drive this stupid thing. But I don't know if it would be a huge amount of modification to get this thing to run with just 5 volts. So it would run on a CoCo 2 or 3 just fine without requiring a multi-pack.
It uses some kind of like RF detection or something like that. Because I remember one of the things that was confusing for me, the ruler that I had access to was my dad's nice cork-backed metal ruler. And I tried to use that on the X-Pad once and it went all wonky. So that 12 volts is yeah, exactly. That 12 volts is probably necessary for the RF circuitry in there.
Yeah, it might be. I remember Bill actually took his apart and showed it to me, but it's hardware, so I didn't understand a word he was talking about. There's stuff in it.
Chances are you could just use an external 12-volt supply for it, just a little wall
Oh,
wart,
absolutely.
and plug in.
Yeah, I think that's what Bill did before he got his multi-pack working again. Anyway, it's not too often you see an X-Pad video being released, especially this YouTube short, so I wanted to highlight that. I don't know if the guy's a viewer of ours or if he's a regular in the community, if we just picked one of these up at an auction somewhere and just threw up a video, not really knowing what he has. Or
There's a program that I ran. It was a CoCo Max. I had that in the multi-pack, and it used the CoCo Max to draw with on the X-Pad.
Oh, so like an X-Pad driver for the CoCo Max rather than having to use the the cartridge.
Yeah, it's on the video. Tim Jennison, 1985 Colorware, the old version of CoCo Max.
Can you post the URL to that in the chat? Because I think some people might be interested in seeing
I'll
that.
just post it new again on my Ron's Garage. How about I do that? Share.
Okay. Can you also post it in the chat though? Because some people aren't on Facebook.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Now you're starting to sound like Nick.
Yeah,
That's
well, you
the
missed
spirit,
out.
Ron.
You missed out. It's up there now.
Yeah, because that'd be a good use for it, because that would actually map pixel to pixel. CoCo Max is highly optimized, so it should be able to keep up with the pen, and you should be able to draw just normally.
Tomorrow has come. Here is my video of the X-Pad on my Color Computer 2 and my newer MPI with the CoCo Max software that was altered for use on the X-Pad GT116. Later, I will draw something and save it off, and you could save it off,
Okay. And was that the original CoCo Max or CoCo Max 2?
No, the first version.
Okay.
Where it didn't have the graphics that come up,
Okay.
It just goes, it has a little opening screen and goes right to the program. But you have to have the little CoCo Max module.
Yeah. Yeah, the high-res 8-bit joystick reader.
Yep.
Also, William Athing mentioned he's used the CoCo Pi installer to run on a Pi 5, because that was one question that the previous story on his video, he'd mentioned that he ran on a Pi 4. He didn't have a Pi 5 yet, and he was suspecting that it probably would work on a Pi 5, but he didn't have one to test it with, and it sounds like William has tried it and actually does work. And that's a fairly substantially faster Pi from what I remember hearing about it. So anyway, next up to that, Spanish YouTube channel, Retro Computer, did a review of the CoCo SDC for their Septandi video, including the SDC Explorer. And he goes into a pretty deep dive in this half-hour video. I'll just play a little bit. I've got translations turned on, so I'll probably just mute the sound or at least lower it a bit here. And we've covered his channel before. He's done a few other CoCo-related stuff as well.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos de nuevo a otro video.
So you may recognize him from previous videos we've shown.
Bueno, estamos en septiembre.
So fast forward a little bit here to So you talk about going to the archive and getting everything downloaded and how to, find it and install it on the SDC, how to format it. You have to use FAT. You can't use MTFS. Has the SDC Explorer, so it kind of goes through that as well, including how to, create new disk images and stuff like that. So it's a nice deep dive into it. So even though you have to translate it if you don't understand Spanish, you can definitely get some good knowledge in here if you haven't really used the CoCo SDC to its fullest potential. He goes through some of the more deep dive topics rather than just, launch this, launch that. Definitely worth checking out. This next one's quite an interesting one. Brian Jones. I don't know him. Does anybody here know if he's on our Discord at all? He's only got 3 subscribers, so I'm not sure where he came from. I don't recognize the name, but Mark, since you're more familiar with who joins our Discord, is that a name you recognize?
Brian Jones. No, it doesn't sound familiar. But again, a lot of times people use a handle on Discord, so it doesn't always match up. And I don't always look at their real name. Sometimes I don't give their full name either. They just give a first name. So Brian doesn't sound familiar. But
so what he's done here, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the overpriced Apple Vision virtual reality glasses. Those of you who want to sell a car to get them.
Apple has overpriced stuff.
Who'da thunk it?
I never.
So basically, he's using Stream Deck and he's streaming games and he's playing Downland with the goggles on, and he's actually playing it in a virtual thing. So he's on his virtual beach here, and he's got his little pop-up screen to play Downland. I thought this is pretty cool. I've never heard anybody, do that before. So I'll play a little bit. But the actual video is almost 8 minutes long, but it's pretty interesting.
That makes the money of it quite worthwhile then.
There he just dipped his head down so you could see his controls. And of course, as it's motion tracking his head, you can see the screen wavers a little bit as he moves his head around. You can kind of see when he's focusing in different parts of the screen. Like now he just went to the lower right corner to see where his man is, and you can see it kind of tilt a little bit. Of course, the experience would be much better if you're actually wearing the glasses rather than watching a, portrait style version of it. This actually looks like a dream vacation for me. Actually, just go to a nice secluded beach and nice tropical weather, and then you play CoCo games on a virtual screen.
Those glasses are about $5,000 a piece.
Yep. I expect they will come down price the next year or two. I think this is more meant for rich developers, not even just regular developers.
The company I work for, we just bought 20 of them.
Yeah, I've heard for industrial and especially medical and stuff, it's actually supposed to be quite good because its reaction time compared to most other glasses are quite good, but they're not cheap. Like you have to be pretty loaded.
Yeah,
you could buy 4 top-end iPhones for the price of this thing, and those aren't cheap to begin with. But he's right there. You can see him as he's crawling down the pole. You can see his head shifting down, and it's adjusting, the perspective at the same time. So, and then near the end here, when he kind of logs out of the game, I'll just show that because it has some of the pinch movements that the Apple Vision uses. There, you stop the recording. So it was kind of interesting just seeing that. I've never seen anybody try to use virtual glasses to play CoCo games like that before. So we'll have to see. Like I know there's other competitors. Is Facebook still doing what is their stupid thing called? Their virtual reality glass thing. Like Google, I mean, they make something, they cancel it 2 weeks later. So it's kind
they've got like I think the Oculus Rift or something like that. Whatever that is now. They actually own that. Yeah. And then there was that funky thing that showed up. A few YouTubers have shown up with it, where it looks like a really thick pair of like GI glasses from the 1970s, which apparently is not going to be released to the general public. It's more along the lines of, hey, this is what we're prototype. So
okay. Yeah, and Google Glass, which I think is the Google Glass one, they've pretty well canceled that, don't support it anymore, right?
Google Glass has been gone for years.
Yeah. It's one of those famous Google projects that gets canceled after everybody gets excited about it. Next up, this is another interesting one because it's another Spanish-speaking site. This is ArJorge1987 Retro. And he actually flew up to Canada to attend the World of Retro Computing that we covered. And actually, we were hoping to get them back on for a follow-up video next week, or a guest appearance, I should say. I'm hoping to get Stacy on, too, because she was going to attend the first preview we had. And she actually had a CoCo exhibit that she was doing with both CoCo 1 and CoCo 3. But we didn't get a chance to actually see that. She was sick the day that we actually had our show on, and then the actual show itself, there just wasn't time to go through and have her kind of explain. So I'm hoping we'll kind of get a play-by-play in her explanation of exactly what she was exhibiting to show next week. So I'm going to try to arrange that, if not next week, fairly quickly within the next week or two. But anyway, he flew up to Ontario, to Kitchener, and actually attended the show himself. And this is an actual almost half-hour video of him going through. Now, when he starts the video, he actually is going through all the different booths that are set up, etc. When nobody's there, like he actually came in, kind of early for the show, enough to see. People had already set up their tables and stuff the night before, but nobody was there, so it was like nice and quiet. You could hear everything. Unfortunately, almost nothing is turned on at this point either, but you can see some of the stuff that Frank was trying to show us and stuff last time. Shirley's table is in here. I'm just gonna see if I can find it, because there's a couple of CoCos on a table. Plus, they make it a 3500 that she rescued. Okay, games. There's some. Yeah, here we go. Those are the cookie cutters.
Computación y videojuegos retro. Una Radio Shack TRS-80.
So this is Stacy's booth here. That's like an F-board CoCo one with some drill holes. So it obviously had some mods at one point.
La verdad me gusta. En algún momento me gustaría tener una de estas.
CoCo STC, of course, and then the CoCo 3.
Una Tandy 128K Color Computer 3, la CoCo 3, una Amiga 3000.
So this is Stacy's table, but before the show starts, so she's not there and nothing's turned on yet. So I do want to see what she was, talking about and what she was presenting at the show. So like I said, hopefully for next week, we'll try to get that arranged, or the week after that. Now, this one was pointed out to me by a couple of people. So apparently the BBC Micro had a 68008 upgrade board, which is interesting in and of itself. But it also had Cumana, a company that actually had done, I think, I'm trying to remember if they did the Amiga or the Atari ST 68K OS9 port. They were involved with at least one of those. And apparently they did an OS9 68K for the BBC Micro using the 68008 board. For those of you not familiar, the 68008 is basically a 68000, but shrunk down to fit on an 8-bit bus. And this is something actually the CoCo itself had available as well in the early 80s. So the CoCo 1 and 2 had an option for this as well. I don't think it really took off. At least I never
like
really...
the competing Sinclair QL with its 68008.
Yeah,
it's a British thing.
And if you remember when Chris Burke originally announced the Rocket, which was a 68000 upgrade for the CoCo 3 that he was planning on doing, the first versions he mentioned about it in the ads for Rainbow were 68008, and then he eventually upgraded it to one of the microcontroller-based 68Ks. I think the 68340 or something. I can't remember now. Because it was basically the 68008 was limited to like 8 megahertz. The one he replaced it with was like 14 megahertz, plus it was almost a 68020. Unfortunately, he did not get enough orders because he needed at least 300 to proceed because of the amount of money, because this is back before he had stuff like PCBWay and you had to do everything by hand. So it never actually came out, but he actually had some of the drivers and stuff done for it. But basically, he gets his the board. He has to do some board fixes. I'll show a little bit of the clip here showing the board so you can guys see what the board looked like with its own RAM, its own floppy controller. But it also had an auto boot ROM, and he actually did manage to get a copy of the ROM, burnt it, and it will boot up and try to boot OSK. So let's see. That's the board right there.
And the processor in this is a 68K family. It's like the younger brother of the 68,000, correct me if I'm wrong, which was fitted to the Amiga, etc. I think this one has the 8-bit bus compared to the 16-bit bus, but I think internally they're very similar. So it's a lot faster than what was in here, so it should be good. Now also it has its own hard drive controller, its own floppy drive controller, and also 512 kilobytes of memory. So quite a big upgrade from the 32K. It ran a different OS. It allowed you to run a multitasking software called OS 9. Now, I'm not going to lie, I don't know anything about OS 9. I've never used OS 9 in my life.
I have to attend one of these shows. I have to teach him about OS 9. Anyway, he had to do some repairs on the board. There's some damage that you can see here. There's some other words, like there's some caps that are completely missing, part of the casing, etc. So he goes in and spends some of the time in the video kind of cleaning up that, fixing things up, replacing some parts. And then he works on the ROM, which I think he burns here, and then he boots it up around here.
ROMs. Now there's MMF Turbo 68000. Oh, there you go. ROM 13 68008 on the BBC version 1. So it has actually picked that ROM up, so that's looking good. And to start it, you type start OS 9. No, you don't. Start OS 9. Yes, you do. There you go. So that looks like that part is going to work. So we've got something working, haven't we? So we're just going to break out of there.
This might bring back memories from your video this week, Henry.
Seems to want to
burning ROMs,
which is good. So that part seems to be working.
Anyway, now he's trying to basically find the actual discs that were behind this, because of course you need the right drivers for the video, for the MMU and everything else, which he's trying to find. And this is apparently not the most common thing to find these days. Now, James Jones in the chat mentioned that the Amiga version of OSK was done by Digby Tarvin down under in Australia. And I remember the Mac one was by a German company. It was a Doctor something or other. Can't remember. So it must be the Atari ST that was coming out. I know Kevin Darling was actually flown in to do some GUI stuff for like graphic support for the Atari ST, but I don't know if that project ever got finished. Kind of the predecessor to the MM1 and the TC70 versions that Kevin definitely did work on and are complete. You can actually fiddle with them if you have those machines. But I'm going to keep following this guy here and see if he actually gets the disc working, because I've never seen OS 9 running on a BBC Micro before. I have seen it running on a Super PET, because the PET, of course, was a 6502 base system, but the Super PET, which was done by the Commodore group, users group up in Ontario, to add a 6809 to it, and then they made OS 9 level 1 for it, basically, and that actually does run on a PET and still runs today. You can still run that. But I've never seen it for the BBC Micro or on a 16-bit.
I assume that'll be OS 9 level 1?
This is OSK.
Oh,
this is OS 9 68000.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So you could run like 8 to 16 meg of RAM and flat memory model and the whole bit.
So yes,
And
it
I
is
have a
level
BBC
1.
Micro,
But
so, yeah. And I have a BBC Micro as well, so this will be a fun one for me to keep an eye on.
woohoo, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, basically most of the OS 9s were done for like terminal-based system gimmicks, smoke signal chieftains, that kind of stuff. Besides the CoCo TC70, the MM1, I'm assuming because this was done specifically for the BBC Micro that it would use its graphics chips, its sound chips, and maybe have drivers for those. And if you actually ran a preemptive multitasking multi-user system with half a mega RAM built into the board type thing, I think you could do some pretty interesting stuff on here. So I'm really curious how far they actually got with drivers. So I'm definitely going to be following this more in the future. Hopefully you can get the discs working.
Was ever the rocket for the CoCo, did that ever come out? Or
Nope. No, Chris Burke, if you go back to the old World of 6-Day Micros that Frank Swigert published in the 90s, Chris required an order of 300 with deposits to make it financially viable for him, because this is back before you could make circuit boards for cheap. And I think he ended up with like 200. He was like 100 short or something like that, so it just never happened.
Right. Be good to find a prototype and.
Well, he did have prototypes done, and he's still active on Facebook. So maybe we should actually pester him for that these days.
Get
And
it
I think
cooking.
he had done some of the driver stuff to actually, get it bare minimally working just to make sure it would work.
Hmm.
But yeah, he upgraded it from the original 68,008 8 megahertz prototype that he was going to do to a 14 megahertz. Like I said, I can't remember which microcontroller. I think the 68340, or maybe that was the M1 upgrade. I can't remember, or maybe both.
How big is the 68008? Is it in a 40-pin package or a big package like the 68,000?
Obviously, you weren't paying
It's
attention
bigger.
when we were showing the board.
No, just like that.
It's behind
One
his
of those.
face.
Must be 40 pin actually.
Yeah,
I think
probably with
I think they're
multiplex
bigger.
address bus.
Yeah, here we are. Is that it? This is
Um,
MC something.
The
No, that's
top one
6821.
there is
That's a PIA.
1.
22.
But
That's
there's-
another PIA.
Both of them are 6821s. They're PIAs. So it'd be
Yeah.
that one you're highlighting now.
Yeah, it could be that. If it says WDC, that might be the hard drive floppy controller too.
Oh, that might
Yeah,
be,
that's a floppy. It's behind his face, I betcha.
Oh yeah, I can see the tail end of it right there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it was just another 40-pin chip. So yeah, 8-bit bus makes it a smaller chip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was an 8-bit version of the 8-bit data bus version of the 68000. So, does he actually show that?
So that wouldn't be too hard to interface to the CoCo maybe as a second processor.
Well, that's what Chris was doing. It's actually, I mean, it's designed to run an 8-bit bus, so it definitely would work. And like I said,
Yeah.
I think he demoed it at CoCo Fest, if I remember. Rick, do you remember that? I think he actually had it running, not with a full OS 9,
Yeah.
but I think he had it actually running.
It'd be good
I
if we
vaguely
could find that
remember
board.
demos,
Get-
yeah.
Get it.
So-
Because he was
running.
using it like kind of like we did the 609. He was using it for doing like block memory moves to like, move windows around or clear
Yeah.
the screen or scroll the screen really, really fast. So
Alright.
yeah, I mean, you definitely could do it. We should actually maybe get a hold of Chris on Facebook and see if he still has the schematics, or even better yet, some of the driver stuff that he had done, and see if we can maybe do it now, because it'd be way cheaper to do it now than it would have been back then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nice.
Henry,
Yes.
what is your new 3/4 of an hour video about?
I've seen this guy.
Oh, this one. I finally got the gumption to get the 4th ROM that I've been working on onto real hardware. And so I've actually went through and put together a circuit board that, instead of just like one 24-pin ROM being translated to 28-pin ROM, I bridged across both of the ROM sockets. You can kind of see it right there. Bridged across both of the ROM sockets and converted both of the ROM sockets into a single 28-pin ROM or 28-pin EEPROM socket.
Ah.
So it required just like literally one AND gate to make it work right. And yeah, so the fun part about that one was I didn't know that MAME didn't appropriately set up the SAM the way that the CoCo actually does, that SAM actually sets up at PowerUp. So I wound up with a nasty little bug that I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on, why this thing wouldn't run, until I go and I'm like, oh, that needs to go before I start accessing memory. So once I got that figured out, everything seemed to run perfectly fine. It was
Yeah, because you were getting the same bug on real hardware as Xroar. It's the only one that did the same thing, right? Like even MAME didn't.
Yes, Xroar, and this is why I keep going, like Xroar is probably the most correct emulator for the TRS-80 color computer. But yeah, getting it actually going, not with the AHX0 there, but when I actually got my little rotating cursory thingy on the hardware, I was just like so happy. Yeah, right up there where I just start typing stuff in and it's working. That's actually running on my CoCo 1 with that ROM board installed. And it's really easy to put together. I mean, Curtis, I wouldn't say you could do it because it requires several pins worth of soldering.
Yeah, no, forget it.
I wouldn't say that either.
I would buy
it's
the
actually-
pre-done little satellite board for the ROM there, and I would just plug it in.
Yeah, the satellite board. I mean, the satellite board's just it's so. I mean, after you go through and look at how the satellite boards work, they're so easy to put together, and it made more sense to bridge both of them and to put the ROM down below rather than to put like a separate interpreter for everything for each ROM. It just worked out well that way. And then, of course, on the I think it's a similar layout on the CoCo 2s that have the 24-pin ROMs. I'm not really sure. I don't have one of those machines, but all your later CoCo 2s are running 28-pin ROMs anyway. So you could just go ahead and desolder those and drop a 128K ROM in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole goal of your fourth project, is to have this actually as you turn the CoCo on and voila, you're in fourth.
And it's bam, it's in there. Yep.
Rick, you have a whole bunch of different CoCo 1s and 2s because you're trying to get key fixes working with all the various keyboard revisions that went through them there. How different is the ROM layout for the ones that do use 2 chips?
I haven't really noticed that, to tell you the truth. I've been staring at the keyboard parts. I will have to pull them all out and have a look.
Yeah, I would imagine they would be mostly placed side by side the same way in the same order. I don't think they would have changed that, but who knows?
What's nearby is the problem, you know.
Yeah, what if it clears a capacitor or something sticking out of the board?
Yeah, my the board that I put together is almost too wide. I need to shave the width of this board. I mean, it fits in the CoCo 1, but I need to shave the width of the board. Let me cut over to this.
Here, I'll stop sharing so you can see it here just a sec.
Yeah, I need to shave the width of the board, this side and this side, out a little bit, because this side sticks over just a touch too much. This side sticks over just a touch too much. And it almost doesn't fit because there's a capacitor there that it tries to foul up against.
It's also a good AC/DC song, but anyway.
Okay, we'll go with it.
Anyway, congratulations on actually getting it running on the ROM, because I know that's the whole goal, and this is the first time you've actually had it on real hardware booting and actually functioning.
Thank you. And I've now got a nice little springboard for, like, if I want to do other things with it.
Right.
Yep.
You get at least half a star for putting a chip inside of another chip.
Yep.
Now, I want to mention too, Erroneous on the chat here is saying, yes, XOR is the emulator I trust the most. I hope some of the features and functions previously discussed make it in there. For me, XOR is a bit more of a mixed bag, as we talked about that weird audio problem that a few of us have hit, if it's non-Linux, is a bit of an issue. There's also, I think, some bug on the timing of was it the keyboard? No, actually, that was a ROM issue. That wasn't an XOR issue.
Yeah, that was a ROM issue.
The CoCo 3 part, I think MAME is still a bit ahead on being fully compatible. I think it's still more compatible than XOR. But for the CoCo 1 and 2, yeah, from my testing lately, I think it is more accurate than MAME. But once again, you have to test it on everything anyway. So at least you can tell your users, you know, if VCC doesn't work doing this, and XOR has a quirk here, and MAME doesn't do this properly. Always test in real hardware. That's the final say in the matter, because if it doesn't work on the real hardware, then it's not really a CoCo thing you're doing, is it? Okay, back to sharing. Okay, next up for the MC10 side of things, we got a couple of things from Jim Gary that are not game related. We do have some Jim Gary game stuff in the game news, don't worry. So the first one here is he did a port of a program called Piano Animation, originally done by George Dunbar in the February 1985 issue of Computing Now magazine. And this does a little bit of music playing, and it also does a little animation of Schroeder from Peanuts, the cartoon, more famous for Charlie Brown, playing his little piano bit here. It's a cute little program. And I can't remember if he did it on the YouTube comments or if it was on the Facebook link to the YouTube, but he did mention that one of his younger relatives, I can't remember if it was a niece or something like that,
Yeah.
said that basically this looks like a badly drawn Simpsons because I have no idea who Peanuts is. Or any of the Peanuts characters.
Drawing Mr. Burns.
So yeah, that made me feel old just as much as it did Jim. So the original one here on the original computers it was originally written for in the magazine, it's basically just a 2-color graphic. He did sneak in a bit of color for the piano, but he decided, that it can look better than that. So he redid it again, a day or two later, spiced up the graphics a bit to better match the MC10. And this is the result of that one. I know it's not Mr. Burns. And it doesn't have Lucy trying to, pick him up here. That's the one thing it's missing, I guess, to make it authentic Peanuts. She should be on the far right side of the screen, trying to ask for a date with him. And quit playing that silly piano.
Got to have a second computer on the right side for that.
Yeah, maybe an MC10 with the CoCo VGA for a high-res version or something. So anyway, that's it for the regular news, and now I will switch over to the gaming news. The right tab first, of course, shirts. Okay, so continuing on the Jim Gary theme. He did a couple this week from an old software company called Speakeasy Software, which is a Canadian software company in the late 70s. So this is going like way, way back. And the first one he's covering is originally one called Warlords. It was originally written in Integer Basic for the Apple II. That's the basic that Woz himself wrote. And it's from 1978. You can see the actual address and stuff there, 2 to 4 players. You can skip getting names. So actually, he's typing pretty quick. And of course, these are downloadable from his website for your MC10. It's kind of a strategy game. We'll skip the instructions. If you want to play it, you can actually go download it and try it. You can see it's got a map and you can move troops and stuff around. So it's almost like a primitive war game style thing, like the stuff Ark Royal used to do. And I don't think the MC10 has too many of those, so it's kind of nice that Jim ported this particular one. And the fact that it's one done in 78 on the Apple II Integer Basic is kind of, a fairly early one, obviously. That's 2 years before the CoCo one got released. Now, before I go on to Jim's other one, there's another one I wanted to share that was posted in the Discord. And unfortunately, I had to switch to Chrome this week for sharing, and Chrome will not play QuickTime movies in it like Firefox does. So I actually have to switch to a totally different app to play it. But I wanted to show you Rich N's update to his Spy Hunter game. So we've shown this before a few times, but he actually had an update on it. And it's actually looking more and more like the arcade. And this is a CoCo 1 and 2 game. Now, he doesn't have much sound and stuff in here, but it's looking really good. So let me share that screen. I'll play this in its entirety. Okay, you guys should be seeing a screen there with a CoCo 1.
Yep.
I don't know if this will share the sound properly, but it's just basically background noise anyway. So now he's actually got an active title screen with some effects. You can see on the bottom, he's got all the different weapons you can go through. And Like he's got his multi-speed thingy, so you can speed up. He's doing the smoke screen. I'm trying to do this for the audio listeners because you really should watch the video on the CoCo Discord. You can actually start running some of the cars off the road now, like the motorcycles and stuff.
That's very good.
Yeah, this is looking really good, and he's done a really good use of artifact colors. Like he's definitely not sticking to the straight black, white, blue, red. He's got the greens, he's got the purples. He's taking a lot of time with the graphics.
Colors, yeah. Well, good use of colors anyway.
Yeah, there's the oil slick he was leaving behind. The guns are working. You can actually shoot and kill the cars now. You can die. I'll be patching that part out. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can't wait. I could probably put myself through college with the number of quarters I put into this game back in the day.
Yeah, this was a popular one at our university arcade too. I mean, the soundtrack was awesome. And the speakers are right above your head in stereo from what I remember. So this is when I played a fair bit too, though I was terrible at it.
Has he got sound effects in the game yet, or?
No, he's trying to get the maps and he's trying to get all the functional parts of the game, like, you know, shooting stuff actually kills them, running them off the road kills them.
Yep.
The when you die, the truck comes up and launches your new car off the track type thing. And I think he's got to work on the water part. Like he had some of the water you can drive through, but not switching to a boat mode.
Yeah.
So he's still got a fair bit to do. Oil slicks and the smokes and the regular guns all work. But I think he's still got a few things left on as far as, you know, the actual gameplay. And then I think he starts worrying about sound after that. And to be honest, because he's doing basically a full screen scroll just about, whether he can keep the speed up, like Spy Hunter was a fast game in the arcade, without doing too much for sound, he might have to do fairly simple sound of the game itself and maybe have decent soundtracks for the intro screens and stuff. I'm not sure. Because he's doing a full P-Mode 4 screen here with -2 lines of text, basically. So that's like a 5.5K of RAM he's, you know, manipulating for every frame. I'm sure he's got some optimizations in there.
I simply must object. After all these years, he's still got the built-in DVD player sticker over part of the sound bar on the left side.
I didn't even notice that. Anyway, let's switch back to the news again now. Okay, so that was Warlords from Jim. And the other one is called Micro Trivia. This is another game by Speakeasy Software from the same year, 1978. And this is a trivia game, obviously. And it's got a whole bunch of different categories you can pick from. Obviously, you know, limited memory back in 1978 for most machines. So it's not going to be like a huge number of questions, but another early port that Jim did. So you can check that one out too. Okay, Fabrizio Caruso has returned with another mega cross-platform game. He's the one that's doing the cross-platform thing that's actually called CrossLib. This is different than Inafudo, but this actually covers, I think, more than twice as many platforms as Inafudo does. Like Inafudo does about 70 or 80 platforms now. Fabrizio's doing over 200. So this includes a lot more primitive systems. So his games generally don't tend to be quite as high-end or polished as the Inafudo ones, but he's trying to hit a lot more platforms that don't have that kind of hardware. So he has to make it somewhat common. Now, the game he's released now, the latest one, and he's got versions for the CoCo 1, 2, the CoCo 3, and the Dragon 3264, is based on the Chrome browser's T-Rex game, which I think, was it Simon and Paul Fiscarelli did a version called Run Dino Run? I know we played it on the Game On Challenge a couple years back. So it's kind of that, but for over 200 platforms. So he's got a bit of a video here, so you can kind of see it. I'm sure you'll recognize it here. This is just a beta, but he's got the first 40 binaries up on his GitHub already, and he's, you know, cranking out the other 160 to go. So you can definitely go check those out. And it's nice having all these cross-platform ones where we can actually get, you know, the same game that plays with the same rules, etc., because it's based on the same source code for so many platforms.
Does it support color as well?
Yeah, he's had color on some of the other ones, so I'm not sure like this might be the CoCo 1 and 2 version. You just wanted like a higher res, or if this is maybe a non-CoCo version completely that he's showing on the video. I don't know. But basically, you can use a joystick with the fire button or just hit the space bar to jump. So it's very simple controls. And just like the one we've played on the challenge, you have to like duck the birds, jump the cactuses. Basically, you don't run into things and die. Anyway, go to his GitHub if you want to grab that. Of course, the links for stuff like this will be in the show notes that you can get on the CoCo Discord. Now, speaking of Horace, this is the other game that Henry was talking about. And the Mastertronic Collector's Archive, which has been going through and kind of catching up on the Dragon side of things. Now, Mastertronics actually covers 3 different software companies, including Melbourne House, which is where this game came from, because they either bought them out or they got bought out themselves. So they're trying to make a covering of everything Mastertronic was involved with on all platforms. And lately, they've been catching up the Dragon side. So we've covered, they did a Vegas-style slot machine game earlier. And this time they covered Horace Goes Skiing. They weren't as impressed with the Vegas style game, the slot machine game, but this one actually they quite liked. And for those of you who have never played it before, this is the one we were talking about before with Henry that has basically 2 arcade clones in it in one single game. You have a Frogger style game where you're trying to go get your skis to go down to the ski hill where you have to dodge traffic and stuff. That's pretty vicious. And then you actually get your skis, and then you can actually go skiing, and then you play a scrolling ski thing where you have to like dodge trees and go between poles, etc. So here you can see the title screen, which of course has Horace, the giant head with eyes, as Rick had mentioned. You know, because you have low res, you put all the facial expression and stuff here, and just throw some arms and legs on it. This one they gave a 7 out of 10, which is a better review than they got the previous one. And here you can see some of the skiing part where you have to go between the poles. Dodge the trees. I can't remember if you have to dodge the hills or if that just throws you off a little bit. I haven't played it in a while. And here's the Frogger part at a very easy level. This gets much, much worse. It has a nice little animation where you get hit. It's a little ambulance thing will come carry you off. You actually have a finish line to your skiing thing. That's more what the traffic's like. And this stuff moves pretty damn quick too. So this is like Chicago, tollways, basically, is what that is. And here, bad luck skis are broken, so you can actually break them, and you actually won't be able to complete the thing, period. And you're actually trying to earn cash and stuff to be able to afford stuff that you're doing in the game, too. So this is quite a nice game. I mean, this would have been a good deal, getting 2 basic machine language arcade games that are pretty good. I mean, they're decent games, and you get them all for the price of one, and they're actually linked together in the same game. Like we've seen some 2-packs and stuff before where you flip the tape and you get, a different game, just a way of making things cheaper. Spectral Associates did a lot of these little treasury pack type things that did this type of thing. But this is actually integrated into one program that actually does 2 games that are part of each other, but are unique, different arcade games entirely. So that was kind of innovative for the time. Next up, Chronological Gaming got back on because after he took a summer break, came back, his PC broke, and this is something I'm familiar with. So he spent a while fixing his PC and got it back up and running. So he's actually been starting shows again as of Wednesday of this past week. And he's still doing October of 1982. And on this one particular episode here, he covered a couple of games related to Dragon and CoCo. The first one is Star Trek PSS, which is a Dragon version of Star Trek. And this is back when Paramount was fairly loose with letting people use the Star Trek name, and they clamped down not too long after this because this movie started to do well. So you couldn't just call stuff Star Trek anymore. And the other one they covered was Starfire by Intellectronics, which is a Defender clone, one of the earlier ones. So I'll play a little bit of each, and then there's a bit of a bonus I'll show at the tail end of it here. That's not CoCo related, but is Nick Marentes related.
Another Star Trek game for the Dragon 32. We will not escape Star Trek games. I don't believe we'll stop getting out of this area of video games until 1987, 88 maybe. So this one is Star Trek. Yep, just Star Trek. It's still not an official Star Trek. That's all ripping off someone else. Here is Star Trek by Personal Software Services. The box on the Dragon 32. This one is our 31st game we've played for the Dragon 32. Your mission, destroy the Klingons.
I'll skip the reading the directions and
like
stuff
you do with
here.
all the other
Show
Star
some of the
Trek games.
gameplay.
So that way. Yes, and I love when they say kill the Klingons. Well, presentation is also really, really good. It's playing something for us when we boot the game up. Look at this. Message from Empire Headquarters to Captain of SS Enterprise. What are we going to do? If I'm Captain Kirk. Your mission is defeat the Klingon warships in this sector. Condition green means it's good. And you can see the stardate is ticking down as we're warping. I believe, yeah, we're warping into deep space to go take care of the Klingons. Failure to do so could become a danger to the whole Empire. Scotty the Captain, what action level? Oh, so we get to pick what kind of difficulty level we want. Let's go with, right down the middle, let's go with 5. That way we won't die too fast, but we know we're going to die. So thanks to the manual, we know that's the Enterprise right there. And it also shows us at the very, very top right what quadrant we're in. And every star.
Now, for those of you who played Space Trek from Color Computer Magazine, the presentation here is not the same, but it's similar. It's semi-graphics layout. Some real-time feel to it. Stuff's happening if you're not hitting keys. And on-screen menus, which a lot of these Star Trek games did not have. It's quite nice having them when you can't find manuals anymore.
This is all a direct knockoff of Trek from 1972 or 1973.
Yep, the old mainframe ones that everybody cloned. Just gussied up with some graphics and sound.
Well, you had to ask for the graphic specifically with like a short-range scan or something. Otherwise, it wouldn't print out all of the little stars and dots. And
yeah, and we had a lot of these. I mean, I think even on my site, I've probably got 6 or 7 that were based on that original with, gussied up stuff. My favorite out of that generation of Star Trek stuff is still Adventure International's Star Trek 3.5. Because it actually uses some high res and adds a bit of the exploration part that this doesn't. None of the other ones really did too much up. Most of it's like, go find a Klingon, blow it up, go to Starbase to get fixed up if you get damaged. On that one, you also have to try to find Class M planets and go to unexplored sectors that don't Klingons at all. You get actually bonus points if you explore more of the galaxy and kind of fill in the databases. So it's a lot more involved. That required 32K though. Most of these other ones only require 16. And you were talking about the long range map. That's pretty close to exactly the same as Star Trek 3 and a bunch of others where you have voids and you have static from a pulsar that you can't see what's there and that kind of stuff. So it looks like a decent one. It's definitely not one of the worst ones I've seen. I've seen some much more primitive ones in the CoCo as well. This one seems to be about middle of the road. It's not bad. And then he did Starfire, which I think is that on this episode or the next one? Starfire, here we are.
Let's play some Starfire. Starfire.
From the makers of Donkey Monkey.
Before. Starfire. Oh, that's right. This shouldn't be confused with Starfire that we saw in the arcades by not by Epix. That we saw in the arcades. We'll try it again.
Exidy.
Starfire. There. Nice and easy now.
Well, this is one I remember playing. I was actually
by Intellectronics at this point.
Visually, it's not as good as Defender. There's no mountain ranges or anything like that. So there's other ones like Planet Invasion, they're better. But it had all the elements of the original Defender. So you have smart bombs. You have the reverse key. It's keyboard only.
Knows it's cheesy Defender
to try to simulate the fact you had so many buttons on the original Starfire.
Screen, show us all the point values.
Original Defender.
Way to go, Harvey. Great job.
But all the gameplay elements are there just isn't the most visually impressive.
First. There we go, and we're in. I can go up and down. Look at the nice little radar at the end. Oh wait, that's wrong button. There's did I warp? I warped into something. Let's try it again. There's
and you do have to rescue humans.
So
they will get picked up if they make it to the top. They'll turn into mutants.
Can we move forward? Nice. Yes. Okay. So we have it does feel kind of like a derpy Defender. The aliens do look like Defender aliens, and I am able to move myself when I want to move, so it's not auto scrolling. We've seen some games that were kind of like Defender, but they played more like
it's got the clear waves and
auto
bonus
scrolling
and all that kind of stuff too.
Nobody turned into a mutoid, but I want to make sure we can turn around. There's my warp. Let me see. There it is. Ooh, yes. So you can do a.
So the other thing that's really missing is the mountainscapes, and the radar's a little bit different. On the original arcade and most of the clones, you stay in the center, and the radar window scrolls around you as you move. And this is different. Your yellow dot you can see in the upper right corner, and the radar actually goes through the radar screen, so that the position of where you're viewing the radar screen never changes. It's just your ship travels through it, and the green dots are the aliens. So. How many people here have actually played Starfire? Just out of curiosity, because I don't think we've done this one as a Game On Challenge either, to be honest.
seen it before.
Doesn't look familiar, but it looks like the gameplay looks okay.
Yeah, once you get used to the keyboard controls, it's actually not bad. It's all keyboard. There's no joystick option. I will also mention Harvey Brofman, the guy who created this one, as well as Donkey Monkey, is one that I got in contact years ago and has publicly released all of his stuff, so you can actually copy and play this without any guilt whatsoever if you even cared about piracy anymore. And I think this is also one of the ones I might have gotten some source code from him in the Macro ADC assembler from Microworks. I know Donkey Monkey, I've already got the source for that up on the website and on the archive as well. So if you want to see how they programmed it back in the day, you can actually get the original assembly language source code right from the author himself. And then Nick, you might recognize this.
Oh, yeah, the old Stellar Odyssey. My first commercial release on the TRS-80 Model 1.
Yeah, I'll back up just a hair here because he talks about it, I think, a bit before.
And play on the TRS-80. This is Stellar Odyssey. I am very, very proud to bring you and show you this game because this very well might be the rarest game that we've ever played on the show and may ever play. Stellar Odyssey is brought to us by Fundivision. This is by Nicholas Marentes. Fundivision was the company that he had started to make this game happen, and the only reason we know about this game is because he provided us with some of the information of the box and manual that came out, but there is nowhere else to find this. Only Nick has this. So the only reason we got this is because of Curtis Boyle in the chat. Thanks so much. No, we're not playing on the Dick Smith Wizard, but we are playing from the electronics from Australia. But this is Stellar Odyssey, and everything you're seeing right here is pieced together because of what Nick has given us. Way to go, Nick. Thank you so much for giving us Stellar Odyssey.
This is when I was trying to get a hold of you to join the show, too.
12th game we've played that originated from Australia first. And this is the 120th game we've played on the TRS-80. These are a few.
And most of us probably have not
like
seen actual gameplay footage from this, so I thought I'd show you guys a little bit. Because this is the first part, and it's still loading in the background while I'm saying this. Okay, and this was a multi-tape, multi-load game?
Part, which is, I believe
it had a loader, it had the main program, and then it loaded a game
run.
file.
And then we get a
ran on
proper
a
title screen for
16K.
Stellar Odyssey. We hit enter to begin.
Model 1, it was
and
all
then
on
from
cassette.
here, we have to load the game file. So you have to take out that cassette. This took 3 cassettes to load and for me to learn how to boot this up. Make sure I run this correctly. Keyboard, it tells you all the verbs that you can use. So you can see I have boot, examine, rest, get, walk, inventory, pull, converse, key, fire, drop, move, sprint, and it already has given me kind of vibes of those flip screen games like Adventure by Atari. So let's just start our adventure seeing what this game has for us. So if you push W, this will walk 1 tile forward and our fatigue doesn't go down. But if we hit S for sprint, then it will move us 2 tiles, but our fatigue now goes up a little bit. We get a little bit tired. So I'm going to walk to the next room. And now we make it in the next room. We're in the center of a hall. And we have other things. I think examine too. Does examine do
This
anything?
program is written in BASIC.
Examine room. And you can see I even have a text parser to type in.
BASIC, and
You can't.
it was
Okay, so you
my,
can't examine the room.
my
All right, so let's
first
head to the right and walk forward.
machine language
Actually, can I
subroutine.
wait? What was my other verb?
Yeah, you had
rest.
sound
Yeah, there you go.
routines and
If I
Yeah, it
rest,
had
then all my
sound,
fatigue goes
it
away.
drew
And
the
fatigue's going
maze,
to come in
that's
whenever
why
it comes
it sort
to
of just
fighting and battle.
flashes up very
Really
quickly.
tired, you're not going to do as well.
But otherwise,
So
it's
let's go ahead
all
and
in
walk
BASIC.
forward and walk again to go to the next screen.
now we couldn't actually do anything here. Like I don't know if you can interact with that alien at the top. We tried a
You
few
can.
couple things.
You got to shoot him.
And then let's turn to the right.
And-
Let's
and-
Yeah, but
and
we
you
had
do
no
have-
energy for our pistol, so we couldn't shoot.
Yeah, and you didn't find the energy for the pistol, and then you'd shoot him, and then you go into the control room.
Can I walk into the...
See, we needed you on there because neither one of us could figure out anything. We just wandered around aimlessly, and that was the end of the video.
The control, putting
Nah, so
commands to move
yeah,
your character
you just didn't get very far.
Yeah, the one nice thing is actually I kind of forgot about this because you talked about this with me quite a number of years ago here, but you had kind of a hotkey for your verb part of the adventure game. It would actually fill in the word for you. You just had W for walk or S for sprint,
Yeah,
or whatever, and then you could type in the actual thing you're trying to affect, like get key or something. You hit G for get, and then you type in key or whatever. So you had a bit of a different interface, but it reminds me a lot of like the Epic's like Temple of Asphai series.
Yes.
Ashphai?
So I was inspired by
Apshai, sorry, yeah.
a lot of those. That was an inspiration, but I wanted to mix a bit of the adventure, Scott Adams adventures as well in there.
Yeah, and it is a rather unique combination of the two, and it was successful enough you actually made a sequel.
There was a part 2, yeah. It was also a basic program. He might cover that when he gets to that year.
Yeah, that's not till 84, so that'll probably be a couple years before he gets that far, because we're going to be going through the video game massive boom, then the crash. Maybe that'll speed things up a bit, but as we progress through the time periods here, I mean, more and more games are getting produced from more and more home computers, so it's taking several months to cover 1 month of game releases for all the consoles, all the arcades, all the home computers.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was kind of fun watching him. I kind of forgot this was in October of 82 until he started playing it, because I would have gave you a notification earlier if be around if he covers it type thing. But I didn't know that was coming up that quick.
Oh.
But I do know, like I mentioned to you earlier, and I thought I'd mention it here because this won't be too far in the future. In December of 1982, you would release your second game. This was an actual arcade game, but it's one you yourself no longer have a copy of.
Cosmic Bomber. Yeah, I lost that one.
But you have like the original artwork from your manual, and you've got some of the graph paper you drew the shapes and stuff on. So you have some history of it.
Notes. So if I was really keen, I would just type it all in again.
Do you have the listing?
I'm not really keen.
Do you have the listing?
Yeah. Handwritten listing. I didn't have a printer back then.
We should donate that hand listing to some of the people with interest in Model 1 and 3 and get them to type it in. I think you could find some people at Tandy Assembly who might do that for you. Because if we can get it done before he actually gets to that game, when he gets to December of 82, because we still got all of November to go through yet too, then maybe he can actually really play it.
If we can find a sucker who'll do it, yeah.
Any volunteers in the panel?
I think Jim volunteered in the...
Yeah, Jim Gary said he'll do it because he said basic, yay, scan it. So yes, Jim Gary will do it for you. He'll probably make an MC10 version while he's at it.
That one's not
That's
in
exactly what he
basic.
said.
That one is a machine code. That's not a basic one.
Cosmic.
That Cosmic Bomber was my first actual machine code game.
Oh, so we're talking like Z80 code.
Yeah, it's Z80 machine code, and that's the one I've lost.
Is that 80 machine or is that 80 assembly?
Well, assembly, yeah.
Okay.
No, you said it's handwritten. It's not printed, right?
Well, all my notes are all my original handwritten notes. I didn't have a printer back then. I was only
So the source listing you have is all handwritten. Does anybody know of any OCR software that handles Nick's handwriting really well?
Yeah, good luck.
The Nick
Morentis
font
that handles Nick's handwriting.
I did have good handwriting, but yeah.
Yeah, you should actually scan that and put it up in the I think we have a separate TRS-80 channel, or even put it into the Tandy Discord and say if somebody wants to duplicate this in and get it up and running, here's a free release for everybody to try. Because nobody else has seen this game. I think you'd mentioned you went through your sales records, which you actually still have, and you had sold one copy to a store, so you don't even know who the final customer was.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, and yeah, good luck trying to find that. But I was just in high school back then. That was my first machine code game. If you go to my website, you can see a screenshot of it at least.
Yeah. Now, Jim Gary's saying maybe he'll convert Stellar Odyssey. I'm thinking because Stellar Odyssey and Stellar Odyssey 2 are both hybrids. And I think the machine language there was mainly for speeding up some graphics and doing sound, right?
Yeah, well, I can send him copies of the game if he wants.
Yeah, because he can convert those over to the CoCo and the MC10.
If he wants to, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to, so just send him the source listings that you have and...
Send me, yeah, have I got his email? Yeah, I'll
no, you sent it to him directly in Discord and private message too.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. But yeah, we should get a hold of somebody in the Model 1 community, Model 3 community to re-enter your assembly language code for Cosmic Bomber and recover that game. Actually, I'll just cheat here. This is not what I was planning on doing, but let's just hit Nick Morini's site here.
If you go right to the bottom, hit further down, right down to the bottom.
Oh, I've got my screen scrolled off the bottom, so I can't see it. Project Archive. There we go.
Yeah, there it is. Project Archive. Stellar Odyssey, then this is the first one. Second one is Cosmic Bomber. You can see the graphics artwork sheets I had. And
now, for those of you who have played Space Intruders and got to level 9 of Nick's Space Invaders clone, you may kind of recognize this.
Yeah, I took some of the ideas from it.
It's much higher res than the CoCo 3 Space Intruders, but here's the original. Now, you named your company a couple different things. You had Fun Division, you had Supersoft. What order did that go in?
Supersoft was the first name, and then there was some other company already called Supersoft. So I had to change it, and I changed it to Fun Division. Yeah, so you can see it in the order that I did things in chronology.
And here you can see the inspiration for Space Intruders. That's what it looked like in CoCo 3.
That's Cosmic Bomber in the level wave 9 of Space Invaders, Space Intruders.
Also a free download from your site.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like to see that actually retyped in. So maybe I'll have to
see if I can dig out the source code.
Yeah, if you can scan it in, I can arrange, like Peter Satinsky's familiar with assembly language, and he's done his own assembly language games for the TRC Mod 1 recently. And I'm sure there's a few others too. So
I'm familiar too, but the thing is, yeah, having the time.
Well, you don't have the incentive because you're lazy, but
well,
I'm sure we get
I've got too many other things I'm trying to do on the CoCo. And
but yeah, if you can get the source for the 2 Stellar Odysseys and maybe a brief explanation what the ML routines does, we can just do that in basic, like, sound effects and whatever.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be too hard, yeah.
And then Jim can do that. And the Cosmic Bomber, we can just literally send over to the Tandy Discord, and whoever wants to tackle it there can do it and, make it a free release for everybody. They get another arcade game they've never seen.
I'll dig him out and I'll pass it on to him this week. Or send me your email address, Jim. And I'll email it directly to you.
Anything I can do to help Nick preventing you writing another Neutroid by distracting you with other projects, I will do. So,
well, damn, that's my next secret project. It's been codenamed. It's been codenamed Pinball so that Curtis doesn't work it out.
I think it's codenamed. I'm going to cause Curtis a brain aneurysm. That's what I think it's codenamed. Speaking of games, Retro Gaming Nook on YouTube did a Septandy video called 3 Surprising CoCo Games You Need to Try Now. 2 of them are by Paul Shoemaker. And I think the criteria he has here is that these have to be free games, which is why Nick's latest are not on this list, because otherwise I think they would be on here as well. And the other one is the Donkey Kong transcode by Sockmaster, John Kowalski. And he actually plays Donkey Kong well enough. He actually gets to show you all 4 screens. And the 2 Paul Shoemaker games, he does the whole swath of the Ghost Rush one. So he goes through the Ghost Rush Christmas edition or Winter edition. He goes through Goop Rush as well. So he's kind of covering all the bases. And he also does his video poker game for the CoCo 3 version in particular. And I'll play a little clip of a bit of each here, just so kind of people can get an idea. And he's playing this on a composite. So, Nick, you keep wondering if anybody plays with composite anymore. This guy does, because that's actually what he's got his CoCo hooked up to.
God.
So we've all seen the original Ghost Rush. So let's fast forward a bit to the Goop Rush version, which just got released recently. And it was a game on challenge literally, I think, about a month ago, right?
Yep.
Maybe 2. Which has the basic same gameplay, but a change in that you don't die as soon as you get hit. You actually take damage, which to me makes the game a heck of a lot more fun. And less frustrating. And like I said, he goes through the other ones too. Like there's the Halloween version here where you're dealing with, Halloween things like bats and spider webs around the edge of the screen. The winter edition, which has a bit of a Christmas theme to it as well as winter in general. Then he does the original transcode that started the whole transcoding on the CoCo thing to prove it could be done, which is John Kowalski's, lower the volume here a bit, John Kowalski's conversion of Donkey Kong, which he's actually done a sequel to, which he made arcade ROMs for, but he tested on the CoCo originally, which has changed levels that are much more challenging. Not that I think Donkey Kong needs any more challenging added to it, because I'm not that good at it. But he plays well enough, he actually gets all the way to the Pie Factory screen, which I'll skip to because a lot of people haven't seen that. Now there we are. Now, these of you who played Donkey King, which is one of the best Donkey Kong clones on any 8-bit machine dating back to the day, there's a bit of a difference with the Pie Factory on the arcade versus the Donkey King CoCo version, in the fact you can see some of these ladders kind of move and slide over each other. That's one thing Chris Latham did not put in on the CoCo Donkey King. They just had straight normal ladders, but otherwise, the conveyor belts and everything else works the same. And then the last one he did is Video Poker by Paul Shoemaker. And this is the CoCo 3 version with extra colors, etc. But it's kind of like the ones you see in casinos and stuff for video poker. And I like the little animation he has on the little king up in the upper corner, where so when he's quote unquote speaking to you about what your next thing you're supposed to do in the game is. So that's another good Tandy video here showing you some fairly recent or brand new releases. And as he said, surprising CoCo games. So, for the people outside the CoCo community, they probably don't even know these exist. Mm-hmm. And next up, we have part 5 of Tim and AJ, where AJ is trying to win Dungeons of Dagerath with Tim's quote-unquote help. But there's a major breakthrough in this one because AJ's been getting really, really frustrated being stuck in level 3. And for any of us who played the actual game back in the day, I'm sure remember that. Level 3 is a heck of a lot harder than level 2 or level 1. And in fact, until you've kind of got a bit of history of the game and played the game, you probably don't even know that the wizard you're trying to defeat on this level is not the real wizard. But after, I think, 3 episodes of being stuck in level 3, and these are 2-hour videos each, there's finally some success. So I'll play that because I think she deserves recognition for actually making it past level 3.
Moving it or?
No, I think I'll be able to do it. Space zone. So you were too soon last time.
Oh.
Just by a little bit. Remember, he's going to be in the cell in front of you for a little bit and then move. And that.
And now.
You killed it. Okay, the first thing you're going to do is Z save.
That was pretty well my reaction the first time I did that back in the day.
Till you found out it was a fake.
Well, it tells you right off the bat here, it says enough of these games, prepare to meet your doom or something along that line, because then you know. So, of course, on level 4, it switches over to the inverted color. But now you're seeing all these brand new monsters that didn't exist in the first 3 levels unless you went back up. And that's a dumb thing to do. Don't do that. But you can see, like, if that's a Wraith, whatever you want to call it, this disembodied face, and it moves about twice as fast as some of the other monsters do. And you got Galdrogs, which are these, or Balrogs, which are these huge things that just about fill the entire screen. So there's enough new stuff here. And of course, the one twist of the game, which if you've finished level 3, you'll know about, is that if you're carrying a bunch of cool stuff in your backpack, everything disappears except for what's in your hands and your mounted torch. As soon as you go down to level 4, all your items disappear. See if you had extra flasks or rings or extra torches or shields and whatever else. Forget it. Whatever you got in your left hand, your right hand, and your lit torch that's mounted in your backpack, that's all you start level 4 with. And that's where she's at here. She's got a fire ring, still has a charge left. She's got her iron sword. She's got a solar torch, and that's it. And that's what makes level 4 so challenging at the beginning, because you got these hyper powerful monsters and you've got almost nothing left to distract them. Because one of the main things you do in Daggrath to win is you fill the floor with a bunch of stuff, because most of the monsters will pause to pick it all up and you can just hammer on them. There's a few exceptions. The wizard's image will not wait for you to pick up stuff. The scorpion will not wait for you to pick up stuff. The wraith will actually pick up stuff twice as fast, so you don't have as much time as you do with normal monsters. But other things like knights and balrogs, etc., they will sit there and dutifully pick everything up. And once you got enough of an inventory, they can spend a good 20-30 seconds picking up stuff, and you can just beat the crap out of them. But when you start level 4, you have nothing to do, nothing to drop. So that's the big challenge. Now, I don't know, I was going to ask you guys here, if anybody here on the panel that has completed this game before. From what I remember, level 3 was the hardest. That was the one that took the longest. But then you kind of learned how to do a couple hits, run, turn around, let your heart calm down, do a couple hits, run. And literally, you can defeat any monster, even with an iron sword or the elven sword later on. You don't need the rings. You can do it the long way if you can get that timing down where you don't get hit. So I found levels 4 and 5 actually took me less time than level 3 by itself took before I actually won the game. So it did take me a couple of days to find a good enough of swords to solve the last ring. What was your guys' experience for anybody here who's actually beaten the game? Did you find levels 4 and 5 easier after all the trials of going through level 3? Or was that just me? First of all, here on the panels actually beat the game, I guess, the first question.
I was gonna say, I never got here.
I can't remember 40 years ago.
I didn't know it flipped colors. That's how bad I was.
You never made it to level 2 then. Because every odd one is black background and every even one is a white background.
Yeah, so I wasn't very good.
Henry, is this a game you played back in the day, or?
I never got past level 1. I mean, I played it, and it's stuck in my memory because, yeah, it was really difficult and it was really nifty. I just never really got past much of it.
I'm pretty sure I don't have to ask Mark Bosley how far he got in it.
I don't think I've ever played it.
There you go.
And I know we did have this one as a game on challenge too, and I think I made it to level 3 within the 2-week period. Now, they're running the modified one that William Astle, the author of LWASM and LW Tools, where he's actually patched it so that you can save to disk, which is really, really handy because saving to cassette sucks. But you can actually save, multiple saves, and you can just load them back up and pick up exactly where you left off type thing. And they've been using that extensively during these videos here. So I'm curious to see whether AJ will be able to get through things a little bit faster for level 4 and 5 once she gets, some objects dropped that she can delay and slow down some of the monsters for. And by the end of it, she's killed a couple of the knights and stuff like that, quite a few of the scorpions. So she's kind of getting there.
Dungeons.
We'll see if it actually doesn't take her another 6 to 8 hours of gameplay to complete level 4 or 5.
Dungeons of Daggrath is definitely one of the great games on the CoCo 1 and 2, or CoCo in general.
That is a flagship title.
It's a flagship title. It is.
Curtis,
it doesn't have a color, but it's got a great game. Yeah.
Wouldn't this have been good on the Vectrix?
Yes.
There is a port on the Vectrix.
Is there? What's it? Does it look? It's the shape is different, right? I mean, it's taller than wide.
I don't know if the port ever got finished because, I mean, the Vectrix, when you're getting a lot of lines on the screen to draw, like if you get a Galrog, which maybe I'll find one here. Especially with a long hallway with a solar torch, because there's so many lines because you can see so far that the Vectrix actually has trouble trying to keep up with all the lines.
So we'd have to drop some off.
When you can get them.
Oh, I'm doing.
So if you have a really long hallway that's like 15 levels deep that you can see down, and you got multiple monsters behind Galrog or a couple of these, there's a fair number of lines to draw. And the Vectrix actually starts to kind of get a little bit faint drawing because it's so much stuff it has to keep moving the vector around. And I don't know, I can't remember if the Vectrix had control over volume or not. I mean, that's a critical part of this game. Because you hear the monsters getting louder as they get closer, even through walls.
It had a sound chip, so it would have, yeah.
Yeah. Like I've seen it demoed, and we've actually covered it in the show before, but I don't know if it ever got completely finished.
Because you would think, you know, it's all vector.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect game for it, honestly.
Yeah.
Except for maybe the inventory screen. It's a lot of text to draw, but and it's a 609, so it'd be an easier translation than most. It's already in the right CPU. But yeah, congratulations. I'm going to give a public congratulations to AJ for completing level 3, because I know quite a few people that have played this game have never gotten past that. That's, like I said, the hardest level for me was level 3. But she, through Tim's egging her on, and there's many times I'm sure she wanted to quit the game outright, never touch it or see it again. But she actually made it through, and well, you saw her reaction when she actually finally beat the false wizard. So congratulations, AJ, and good luck on completing the rest of the game, you know, even quicker than you did the first 3 levels.
Imagine a CoCo 3 version with solid objects.
Yeah, and mouse-driven controls.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that game sucks.
Well, that, well, they really screwed up on that one, but
It lost almost everything that made the original game great.
yeah, no, it was bad.
The pressure of typing in real time lost, because you're just clicking and you have to click things in certain orders to drop something to use it to whatever. So it's a awkward interface. They did do filled in shapes, but they made them all cartoony to make them fast to draw.
It's terrible. Just lost the atmosphere completely.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't fault the developer for trying. I think it was that Scott Cabot from Computerware did that one? I can't remember now. I mean, it was worth a shot, but yeah, I don't think he fully understood what made the game great in the first place. If you want a good video that covers that, I don't know how many of you follow Matt Barton. He's does Matt Chat, and his YouTube channel, and he's a professor of involved with, you know, teaching gaming stuff at a university in Minnesota. And he did Daggereth as one of his earlier episodes, and it's a classic even to him. And he's played like Wizardry and Ultima and all, you know, Calibeth, all these other great games, including modern stuff. And that was one he rave reviewed about because it was so far ahead of its time on any computer. I'm really curious to see what Chronology Game is going to say about it when he gets to it. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, why didn't they just make like on the CoCo 3 all the lines in different colors, like, you know, this guy?
Well, they did with Castle of Thurgood, but it just it just did not get done well. I mean, like I've always said, this is the most viral, insidious, and great typing tutor known to man. Because you will learn to type certain letter sequences so fast, or you will die constantly. So, you know, use left, attack right, pull left solar torch, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And here's the big announcement for this week for a game launch, and this is on the MC10. So we've covered this off and on from the developer, Jay Mundy, who actually released some videos showing how he's using Brendan Donaghy's PiKey for interfacing a modern PC USB keyboard to an MC10 with programmable stuff like, you know, key repeat delay and stuff like that, command history, etc. And the game the Total Human Eradication Mandate, is actually out now. So he announced that on Facebook yesterday, and you can go to his itch.io page to download the electronic version of it, which you can name your own price. And he's got full professional artwork and everything else on the instruction stuff that you can download PDF for. But he also sells it like Nick does with professional packaging. And he's got multiple levels of professional packaging. So we'll go to his itch.io page and kind of see what we're getting at here. So here's his itch.io page. Got some screenshots. We've seen some of this before. some brief instructions. But if you want to buy it, there's multiple levels you can get it at. So the first one is the DVD clamshell set. This comes with a full color, both sides, back and front, DVD shell case with an SD card, which also has full color printing on it and a full color instruction book included. So this is similar to what Nick does. A little bit more expensive, but he's also got another one where it's actually encased in an actual full color box that surrounds the DVD. And then he's got a third tier where you actually get that little joystick adapter so you can actually hook up an Atari joystick, and then you can lock in one axis or the other. Left, right, you can use, or up, down. So you actually get the hardware to play the game as well as a third option. And these prices range from $19.95 US dollars to $29.95 with the cable and the full box as well as the DVD case. And that includes shipping. So I don't think the MC10 has ever had a professional packaged game launch like this that I know. The closest would be like Lost Valley Pinball by Tandy, which, you know, quite frankly, wasn't that impressive as far as, you know, packaging went. Can anybody correct me if I'm wrong? Has there ever been, like, just looking at the artwork here, if you zoom up to where the artwork is here, like this is the actual cover. Have we ever seen anything on the MC10 that even comes close to this? We have on the CoCo, thanks to Nick and a few others, but or Adventure International games back in the day, but I can't think of anything even close to this.
Did the Alice have anything?
No.
No, they had some stuff like Mobius, a famous comic artist in France, actually did some stuff for the Alice. So it kind of cartoony stuff, but nothing like this that I know of. So if you guys have an MC10 and you have the MCX32SD, because it's required for this game, because it requires the extended basic enhancement, it requires the extra RAM to be able to do the P Mode 1 graphics, as you'll see here. You can see the screenshots here of it actually in action. It looks kind of like Missile Command, but it is a bit different than that. You'll also notice that you've got stuff here that you have different power-up levels for some of the stuff, like cannon operation, cannon accuracy, cannon power, cannon auto fire. So you earn these things as you go through the game, and you can strengthen up the actual cannons. And you'll notice a bit of a cheat he did here. So an MC10, stock MC10, has 4K of RAM on the motherboard that the video chip, the VDG, can access. That's not enough to do a P Mode 4 screen. You need at least 6K for that. So you can basically go up to a P Mode 2. That's the farthest you can go reliably. And this is a P Mode 1 game for the most part here. He actually did the trick here where it kind of ghosts the memory. So you're actually looking at basic variables in the basic program itself down over here. But he told the VDG to run in P Mode 4, and then he has moved his saucer because it maps some memory around and just redisplays what that was already there. He has these two saucers moving through this distortion field, or whatever you want to call it, which is actually literally the exact same shape at the exact same time, just getting displayed twice because of the memory wraparound on the VDG.
So nobody's used a crash in their actual software for a game. It looks like
it's not a crash. Right? It's just kind of a video anomaly, I guess you'd call it.
Well,
but he actually snuck that in there with full artifact colors and everything else, as you can see there.
It's nice to see high res, instead of a little blocky stuff.
Now, I will mention there is a mod, and I mean, Ed Snyder's got a link of how to do it on his page, and some other people have done it too. You can actually put 8K of RAM on the motherboard, and you have to cut some traces and stuff to move it around to actually get that extra address line you need. Then you can actually do a full P Mode 4 screen or P Mode 3 screen, and then half of another one. And I will mention that the current versions of the MCX Extended Basic that Darren Atkinson has released for the MCX include support for those. So if you do the 8K upgrade, your Extended Basic will be able to do P Mode 4 and P Mode 3 full screens, just like the CoCo 1 and 2 can. So that actually is an option, but you have to modify the motherboard itself. You can't add the RAM on the back because it doesn't get accessed by the VDG.
So if you had that 8K, this would show just the same, right?
Yeah, this game doesn't.
The main game itself, this particular screen, I don't know if you'd see this garbage or the second saucer. It might just actually be a straight saucer on the top moving. I think.
The game itself doesn't use it because
the game itself is using like a 3K screen that fits within the 4K. So this would all look exactly the same.
Yeah.
Now, Nick and I, just for a joke, we're kind of going through the manual for the extended basic that Darren Atkinson did for the MC10. And it's got a certain support for some of the more primitive disk commands, because the SD card, you got to be able to read and write files to it, right? And you can read data files and things too. It adds in on-air go-to, it adds on-break go-to, which is kind of borrowed from the CoCo 3. It's actually got a few other commands that even the CoCo 3 doesn't have. It's got a few things missing, unfortunately, as well, like get put buffers. You can't do that. You can draw circles and lines and box fills and pcopy and all that kind of stuff, but there's no get put, which is one thing I wish he would add, because that's one thing if you want to make proper games at decent speeds, that's the one way to do it. Even if he made it hard coded for even byte boundaries only, like CoCo 3 Super Extended Basic does, you could move stuff horizontally by 8 pixels if it's 2 color, or 4 pixels if it's 4 color, and only that. You couldn't do any partial movements. You could still do some pretty decent games with that, as we've discovered using the semi-graphics, because it's using that same trick, like Nick's Hero game, for example. But I don't know how much room he's got left on the ROM for that, if he has any at all. But yeah, they got some pretty cool stuff in there. They've got some stuff for help with sorting and stuff that makes it easier. They've got the on-air, on-break go-tos, simulated error conditions you can force.
Now, I was a little confused when I downloaded it on how to make it work on my SD card that I normally use with all the other programs on it. So what I did was I took a SD card that was 512K and put the game on that, and I expanded the zip and put it on that card, and it ran immediately when you boot it up.
Okay.
But I think if you put that on your card, it overwrites the auto exec bat, and it would only run that game and wouldn't run the rest of your stuff, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I don't have an MC10
Yeah.
or an SDX to try
Okay.
stuff on, so I don't know.
Well, so just be aware of that, you guys, when you get it. You gotta get a separate card for it and have the card, put that in your SD thing. What do you call it?
SDX. Yeah, I keep forgetting the
Yeah.
exact name too. SDX 32SD or something.
MSX 32-SD. Yes.
Now, Ron, are you able to actually show us the game in action?
It's on my MC10, yeah, but I don't have it hooked up right now.
Could you bring it next week? Because this is a game I'd like to see running on the real hardware. Because you can't run on an emulator because the SDX stuff isn't supported.
Yeah, but you would think that he could make it that way, but he chose not to, or what? No, I know, because it's larger memory. That's why.
Well, it needs the MCX basic.
Yeah, it needs the MCX basic, and it needs the MCX SD card reading functions,
Right.
and none of the emulators currently support any of that stuff. So
Yeah, you say currently, so that means it may change in the future?
I'm just covering my bases that it
could
might,
change.
but I have no official word from anybody that is happening.
You know what's weird is we're talking about the MC10 as though it's something really cool. And just
Well, when you add the
few short
PiKey and
years
you add the
ago-
SDX, it's a full blown computer. I mean,
But
it's
a
a
few
CoCo 1 and
short
2 level
years-
machine.
A few short years ago, it was worthy of having a picture of it sitting next to a door.
Or a window.
And that was it.
Holding up a window.
Yeah.
No, it's cool to see. I mean, there's
grown.
definitely, especially with these add-ons, you can definitely do some pretty interesting stuff with it.
Do you think
It's even got a programmable timer that's more similar to the Gimme and the CoCo 3 than the H-Sync, V-Sync stuff in the CoCo
Do
1
you
and 2. So actually, it's got a few things that are actually more advanced than the CoCo 1 and 2.
But it's pretty rare, right? Somebody's going to have to manufacture them down the road.
I don't know. I think they sold about 100,000, didn't they?
Yeah.
60,000 to 100,000. I think I remember hearing from somebody. They didn't,
It was
sell
one
as good as
year,
the
right?
CoCo, obviously, but
There's just 1 year.
yeah, 83 through 84, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the Alice sold in France for years. Now, there was a question in the chat here from Area 51 Aliens Exist. Will this also run on Alice 32, which, of course, was the sequel that Matt Hachette did? And then they did the Alice 90, but that had a completely different video chip and a different basic and stuff. So I would probably
then-
guess no, unless the basic's a lot more compatible than I think it is.
The memory map would be different.
Well, I don't think he's doing any pokes or any machine language stuff. I think this is pure Darren
Does the
Atkinson extended basic.
Does the MCX cartridge even work on the Alice 90.
I think it does, but does it work with the same basic, or does it just give you the features of the SD card read write? I don't know. I don't know enough about this,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it's a bit, yeah.
Now, Jim Gary is saying that VMC 10, the emulator, does support MCX 128 basic, but I also know this game requires the SD card function parts of basic, which I don't think the MCX 128 does.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. You got a couple questions for you, Nick, unrelated to this, but going back to Hero. One of them, people that are erroneous, is going through the source code, and he said there's so many pokes and peaks that it's easy to get tied up, and he's wondering, could you give a list of what some of the pokes do? Because you reuse some of them quite a bit, like the color one, just so that, you know, at a quick glance, he knows what different pokes are doing.
I'd have to look at the,
because you've got speed up pokes, and you've got, you know, the force the VDG to react, or force basic to bypass the its own little restrictions on how the VDG gets done, and then the color mask. And I think that's pretty well all the pokes you do. Maybe
well, the only other place I use poke and peaks in the game itself, not setting up of the hardware, is to check areas of the screen to make sure.
Right, you're doing the equivalent of a point command.
That's all. So they're looking at the screen to see if you're hitting anything or whatever. But yeah,
because I don't think it's too many. There's some setup stuff that you probably don't even have to explain, really, honestly.
It's
because that just sets up the mode for the VDG and the SAM, and does double speed depending on what machine you have and all that. I think just the more common ones using the main game loop are the only ones you'd have to list.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, Poke 178 is the foreground color.
Yeah.
The peaks you'll have to figure out, you know, from where the screen's mapped, and he's checking to see what's stored there.
And those, well, there's no need to change those. You're not going to get them faster, and they're not in a area of the game that's going to get you more speed anyway. They're outside of the main loop part.
Yeah.
But,
Jim Gary's asking in the chat too. He says if it has to load stuff, it won't work on the VMC 10. Talking about them again. And that is my understanding, Jim, that it does load stuff. So if anybody can verify that, but that's the way he's got it worded on his itch.io page, is that it does load stuff, so it is required. I also want to give a shout out to Henry Strickland, as some people know from watching the international headlines here. The East Coast from Florida on up got hit pretty hard with a hurricane. And Henry's in Georgia, in Augusta, Georgia, and he said he still has no power, little bandwidth, just saying, hey, but he survived the hurricane. And I know some other people, there's a tremendous amount of flooding and stuff there too. I saw some pictures. Hopefully everybody's okay. I know there's been quite a few deaths already associated with the flooding. So
yeah, 45 is what I heard.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Well, hit the shore at the hurricane category 3, didn't it?
4.
Well, hit is a 4?
4.
Yeah. Made landfall as a 4.
Okay. Yeah, last I heard it was a 3, I think a couple hours before it's supposed to hit landfall, so I didn't realize it'd gone up another.
So do you think that this guy is going to publish more? I mean,
I think if he gets enough sales, he will. So the hint, people who want to support this.
I mean, it looks like
honestly, like if Nick was only selling 10 copies of some of his games, I don't think he'd bother.
It's a lot of work.
He's a greedy capitalist pig. No, I'm just kidding. He actually.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. I mean, it's easy to say, "Oh, look, there's a new game. Great." Yeah, but it's a game that took out, 3 months
of weeks, months of programming and experimentation. And
so, Nick, you have an MC10. Nick,
sorry.
Do you have an MC10?
I have one in a box. It's been in that box for the last 30 years.
Holy
it will remain in that box.
Yeah,
that's I'm not a fan, let's say.
And besides, it holds window up just as easy in the box as without.
Exactly. Well,
I have one in the box too, but I have a couple out.
It's been at the window for the last 30 years. Yeah.
I do think it's getting more street cred thanks to stuff like this, thanks to stuff like Jim Gary, thanks to stuff from Darren Ottery,
and the
Simon, etc. So I think there's more drive to get stuff done for it. I don't think Nick's the right person to ask to do something for it, though, Ron. Sorry.
No,
I didn't know. I honest, I did not ask him. I just wondered if he had one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't. I never have, so I can honestly say that myself.
So, Nick, are you going to pull it out and look at it? Your MC10 is what I'm talking
yeah.
about.
I mean, I can see the box from where I am right now. I look at it, but I've got nothing to motivate me to do it. I figure, well, it's a chopped down color computer, really. I mean, the first
Yeah,
thing
and how big is your market going to be if you're going to require all these add-ons? Like you need the 8K RAM expansion, and you need the
I'll set up the
32 SD, and
do you
exactly.
have a
I'll set
Dragon?
up the MC10. Oh, it needs a bigger keyboard. Oh, hang on, the CoCo's got that already. Oh, it needs more RAM for the video. Oh, hang on, the CoCo's got that already.
Do you have a
Everything
Dragon?
that we say we want to add to the MC10 has already been done on the CoCo. So it feels like a backward step.
But it's so much faster than the CoCo.
Not really. No, I mean
it's basics a few percent faster, but the CoCo 3 is still way faster than
the basic is. But yeah, from machine code, I don't know.
No, I think it's actually slower for machine code.
6809 versus 6803. Oh, come on.
There is a 6303 that's faster on certain instructions, just like the 6309 is.
There's some more.
But it's got some compatibility issues too, from what I
The
understand.
MC10 never seemed to me as a color computer. It's got nothing in common except for the VDG. It doesn't have it's got a different CPU. It's got different memory layout. It hasn't even got the same keyboard. It's just the VDG, really.
There's a lot of people crying right now.
Hey?
There's a lot of people crying right now. You made you slammed it pretty good, man.
Back. It was built for a market, and that market's been and gone. Now, a lot of people are like enhancing it, and it's always fun to take something that's inferior. I mean, you need something inferior to have the fun to upgrade it. But end of the day, what are you ending up with, really? Something that's already been invented in the CoCo 1.
Well, that's what the 3 is.
Well, the MC10 is still a cut down from the CoCo 1. So really, the CoCo 1 is what the MC10 is an upgrade, and the 3 takes it even further. I mean, it's a good machine for what it is, but it's just not for me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was timed. It came out too late for the market it was trying to hit. The
yeah.
You know, the ZX 8081 market, et cetera, the Spectrum. Spectrum's a bit of a different story. But the ZX 8081 market, that kind of petered out in 82, and the MC10 didn't come out to the 83 a couple months before the 64K CoCo and the CoCo 2 came out. It was a bit too late, I think, is the main problem.
It was my first computer. It came out, and my sister's kid had the breadboard. What do you call it? The white one, the Commodore.
The VIC-20?
VIC-20 or the C64?
Yeah, the VIC-20. And, you know, my son was playing it, and I was looking at it, and I was thinking, well, I'd like a Radio Shack version of that. And the MC10 was, I think it was cheaper, $128 or $30, something like that. And I got the memory upgrade later, and it seemed to do more. But there was no software for it. But I learned a little bit of BASIC by going through the manual, and the manual seemed like it was decent. Didn't really have many mistakes. The mistakes that were made were me pushing the buttons hard enough to make them work. That was my experience anyway. And then it made me get, I bought a machine from the guy from Sportswear, and that was my first machine, an actual color computer, one with that new keyboard and a single drive and a MPI.
Yeah, that was another thing that I think that actually hurt the MC10 quite a bit when it came out, is that there was no disk drive option, period. Like,
well, I mean, if you're going
by 83, 84, when it was being sold, I mean, most people were in North America were switching to disk drives just for the convenience and speed.
And if you were going to do any upgrade to an MC10, the upgrade path was obvious. You got a CoCo.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, you couldn't run any of the old software.
The thing is, it came out backwards. I was familiar I was familiar with the CoCo 1 first, and then the MC10 comes out. First thing I tried to do, P mode 4. No, can't do it. Okay, that's it. Send it back. You know.
Were you doing that at the store because you didn't buy one, or is that the one you bought?
Trying to recall if I'd borrowed one. I might have borrowed one off someone to try it out, because I did look at it and think, oh, here's a low-cost color computer. Tried it out. No, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do this. Ah, well, I don't want this piece of garbage. So it went back, and it just went and got a CoCo.
Right. I mean, it's funny. The only thing the MC10 had was the VDG, and then they didn't wire in enough RAM to use it fully.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's the only thing that's common. It doesn't have joysticks. It doesn't have a DAC. It doesn't have enough RAM. It can't access enough to give you the full capabilities of the VDG. No, that was a write-off from day one for me.
So most of that stuff we have now, except for the VDG thing, right? Or the
all the add-ons do, improve it. But I mean,
but we start adding in all the add-ons now. You can just about buy a CoCo 3 on eBay for.
That's the thing, yeah. Right. I mean, I'm going to add all these things on, and what am I going to do? Write software to use all these extra add-ons? Well, how many people are going to therefore be able to run my game? Like even this game, Them. You've got to have that MC whatever cartridge before you can even run this game anyway. So you've eliminated if there's 10 people who have an MC10, you're only going to be able to support 5 of them, for example. Yeah,
so write 5 versions of your game, so you have the base game and the 16-pack upgrade game and the MCX upgrade game.
It was a cut down. It was meant to be like a cut down CoCo, and yeah, cut down is what it is.
Jim Gary's crying right now.
Yeah.
Well, he said, "Yeah, you cut me deep, Shrek."
I
know. Perfect.
And then he also mentioned Tehran. He said mine too. It was his first computer as well.
Yeah.
I did have some friends here that did buy an MC10. All but one of them brought it back to Radio Shack within a couple of days. Just buy a CoCo instead. Because they thought, microcolor computer is just smaller, has a smaller keyboard. It'll run all the software, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
It won't run any of it.
I thought it won't run anything. No.
Well, no. I think you pretty much understood that you had to buy games that were on the rack for that machine. I mean, there was,
the people I knew that bought it here, most of them did not realize that. They saw the microcolor computer and they just said, "Oh, it's a color computer but cheaper."
Yeah.
And smaller, and they went and bought it, and then they, can I borrow your Time Bandit? I want to try it out. That won't run on an MC10.
No. I even went as far as to try and type in some programs for the color computer that I thought might work on the MC10, but I wasn't smart enough to convert anything to make it, make them work all that well.
Yeah, I mean, the original color basic, if it's not extended, 90% of the basic was similar enough. You probably could get away with it for some stuff. There's a few differences, but that was pretty close, and I think that's why Jim is such a machine getting these things out, because the color basic stuff or the older basics is actually not quite as hard to convert. But once you get extended, unless you have like an SDA.
So did the same people that made the manual for the CoCos make the manual for the MC10? Because it seems to
I don't know.
Pretty good. I mean, you guys haven't seen it, but
no, I've seen it. I wouldn't quite. To me, it's about online with the CoCo 2 manuals, which are good, especially compared to other 8-bit machines. But the CoCo 1 ones are the best. That's the best basic manual I've seen for any home computer, honestly. I haven't seen every one, so it's possible there's some other ones that are really good. But they try to compress them together for the CoCo 2 manuals, and they kind of lost some of the simplicity for people that are absolute beginners. That the separate, getting started with color basic, going ahead with extended color basic, those 2 separate manuals actually covered, I think, better.
Now, one thing that we did when we bought the MC10 was we also bought a tape player because or a recorder because you really didn't have one,
Yeah, there's no cartridge port. You can buy cartridges to plug in.
Yeah,
that was your only way to get software into the thing besides typing.
And it would work really good. I mean, compared to the VIC-20, I guess had a lot of problems with it.
Yeah,
And-
no, the
and,
CoCo's cassette was pretty reliable as long as you had the right volume setting.
Yeah. So I was happy with it for the first, quite a while until I put in a big program and turned it off and then didn't think it would still be there because in the book it said not to do that, which, later, just like anything, you read the instructions after you bought the thing and you got it working.
No one reads instructions.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's 1983 when I bought mine. So I was a young spry.
At any rate, I'm going to play the video. So he's released a video of some gameplay that's a bit more extended than ones we've seen before. And of course, Ron will have probably seen some of the stuff actually because he has the game.
Yes.
And Ron, definitely, I would like, if you can next week, have the MC10 handy so we can see the screen and maybe actually just kind of demo it in real life for us. Because I think you do need to sell people to write MC10 games besides Jim. I think you have to show what some of the alternative authors are doing.
Pushing hard. You really try.
Yep. And well, you just spent half an hour explaining why the MC10 is so great. So this is your chance to prove it, buddy.
Not really. I'm just saying my view. It's just,
No, but I think
mean
it's a
much.
worthwhile view to have, and I think you should because you're one of the few people that actually has the SDC S32 SD.
Yeah.
And has the game. I mean, I don't know anybody else in the panel that can do that. You don't have to like play the game expertly or play it for half an hour. Just kind of show us.
I had trouble with the O and O and P you have to use for the controls.
Unless you got that joystick adapter thingy, yeah.
Yeah, and I just told my wife, I said, I'm gonna get me one of them cable because I have a couple of those controllers.
All right, he's got an expanded video here for 2 minutes. I'm going to play it in its entirety just to help promote it. That's my last thing for Game On, or for the game news. And I do have to get on to the other show, so this will be kind of the end of it. Unless you guys want to continue on without me, I have to jump over to the Amigos. So. The MC10 does not play this music live, I should mention.
Or I thought the MC10 was sliced bread.
That beeping is.
Yeah, he's got a little sound thing between each character, I think is his prince. There's a little trick where he does the wraparound on a 4K. You get Game Mode 4 graphics.
It's lightning fast.
Funny hats.
Anyway, for you, those of you that actually have an MC10 and have the MCX SD expansion, you can get it, like I said before, from itch.io for a name your own price, so you can just contribute a couple bucks. If you end up really liking the game and you want to order the professionally packaged one, so you have something to just put on your display shelf, plus get the joystick adapter so that you can actually plug an Atari 9-pin joystick into it and play the game that way, you can do that as well. So I definitely wanted to thank Jay Mundy for actually taking the time to make the game, learn the MC10, go through all the packaging and getting everything all set up for it. Actually, a really professional looking package for it. And as I said earlier, probably the best I've ever seen on the MC10 by far. It's definitely a collector's thing. Like I'm seriously considering here, once my money situation is back to normal, of actually purchasing like the packaged version of it with the box, just to put on the shelf, even though I don't have an MC10 and probably never will. because I want to support people that are putting this much effort into the MC10 programming scene. That's my thoughts on it anyway. All right, that's it for the news this week.
Wake up, everyone.
Hey.
Especially Mark.
Mark B.
Another
Push
5
the
minutes.
button. Push the button.
Push it the button. Okay, I can push it the button.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay, what do we got up next week?
Well, I'm going to try to get Stacy and some of the people that attended the World of Retro Computing in Kitchener to kind of do a follow-up, and plus to see Stacy's CoCo presentation that she had at the show, because she wasn't able to come on our show to kind of talk about it before because she was feeling ill. Maybe Nick will have, whatever idiosyncrasies fixed with Hero that you can talk about.
And document those undocumented features.
Have you guys ever seen this book called The Color Computer Songbook? 40 of the world's best known songs scored easily playing on the TRS-80 color computer, including many favorite popular classic, folk, and seasonal music selections by Ron Clark.
Well, that was a mouthful.
All
Yeah.
public domain songs.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'll let you guys talk about this. I got to go join the other show, which has been well in progress before the end.
See you later.
Good
luck.
Yes.
Bye,
Curtis.
Bye.
I'll see you later too.
Actually, we're at 4.5 hours, so
Yeah, we need to.
unless we got
we
something
need to
really
say that.
pressing.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Well,
Pull the chain.